your Ray, player. Who's Ray and why is he blue? Asking the real questions. DF. Animal, how you been? Hope work's been okay. Chat, if you guys want to be polite, you can say hi, YouTube. I realize I'm starting up early today, but the reason I'm starting up early today, I normally wait until like 10 a.m. on the dot before we start Dwarf Fort. The reason we're starting up early today is because today's my last stream before PAX. What's up, Nodokasa? How's your day? But today's my last stream before PAX. So when today's over, I'm gonna be gone until Tuesday. Which also means I have to record like 4 videos for YouTube tonight. Because I haven't gotten enough done. I got 1 half done last night. And then there's 1 done, but I need the okay go from somebody else to post it. It's another video for Kit Fox. Sorry, I need Alexandra to get back to me, and she hasn't. Because I think she's on break. So, anyway, this is the fort. The little fort that we started yesterday. It's mostly just a hole in the ground. There's really no nice cities down here currently. It's just some like poorly drawn circles. That's about it. With a couple beds in the corner. And like this is our tavern dining hall. And then down here we have this little area where we are mining out iron. And I also just realized that I need to fill this corner in right here. Or the aquifer? I can count. Okay, so layer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 5. 5 layers. Not too bad. Peculiar name for this fort? Oh, no. Well, I mean, it fits perfectly. So this is the fortress of Starfield. Gobsmack. And now Starfield is in a untamed wilds biome. Starfield is going to be a tower fortress, which we are going to fill with books and build a library in. This is in the same world as Baldur's Gate. I mean, Baldur's Gate, sorry, slip of the tongue. And Baldur's Gate was, of course, part of a different faction and is now destroyed. Baldur's Gate is up here. Of course, the passionate teeth is still there. But rest in peace, Baldur's Gate. I can't tell if that's a joke or not. Please confirm if that is a joke or not, and I will answer accordingly, Gobsnack. So the goal for this fort is to just build a cool kind of war-directed fort with the end hope and end goal of building a big library full of books. Are we going to see an armored core settlement? Unfortunately, the word core is not a word in Dwarf Fortress, so I couldn't do that if I wanted to, as funny as that would be. Also, did you guys know? Very confused about this. Why are those not showing up? Oh, I see why they're not showing up. Is because they're behind this little box. It's like, why are these seed sprites missing? They're not, but they're right behind that little box. We already have a little military setup because we do have access to iron in this fort, and this dwarf has no pants. Dwarf, you need to go get pants. Oh, 3 of them don't have pants. Well, could just tell them to go get whatever, but we're just going to work on this, and hopefully we can get them all pantsified soon. That being said, there are named dwarves in this fort. K-Dranos, Dr. Niche, Elfie Bean, Jetpack Tuxedo, and Mac Daddy, as alongside of Nariv, Non-Major Nerd, Scoops, and Shanira, and Spritz, and Tellin Artho, and Wait What, and Zafighter, and Astesh, who's not actually named. I don't know why I'm continuing to read names, though. If you would like a dwarf in this fort, chat, say pick me. Especially if you didn't just hear your name. Let's get some dwarves named. We got some military dwarves who can be named. If you do have requests, you can throw them at the end of pick me if you want. Also, unfortunately, Kriegath is no longer with us. Got ripped apart by ravens because this is an untamed wilds biome. We've been attacked by agitated ravens a good few times, and the most exciting thing that we've seen is a giant tree frog, who was a very adorable green boy. Wait, didn't I name you yesterday sentient? Or am I going crazy? Or maybe I didn't. Swear that, or maybe I gave you a dwarf in the fort that died. It must have been, yeah. Huh. Anyway, sentient potato. Sentient Potato is a bearded lad who has a noticeable lack of perseverance, who can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he likes to take it easy, and he has an active imagination, and he is quite comfortable with the others that have a different appearance or culture, and he rarely feels discouraged. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He values friendship, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger and clicks his tongue constantly when he's trying to remember something, and he dreams of mastering a skill, and when he personally finds leisure time wasteful and does not particularly value skills related to fighting. Well, that's unfortunate. He likes jet, electrum, and lavender jade, and bitter orange wood, and bolts and floodgates, and ballistic parts, and giant codes for their curiosity. And the words of the sunken oaks, and the sound of the luxurious amethyst, and the sight of the queen of poets, and when possible he prefers to consume great white shark, not great white stork, and split beer. And he personally hates toads. Manticore Alpha is the next one I see in the list. You are a woodcrafter, Manticore. You over here are carrying fire clay. And you prefer to be alone. And he relies on the advice of others during decision making. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he has little interest in joking around, and he could be considered rude. He has an active imagination, and he often feels discouraged. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he is often nervous. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he doesn't handle stress well. Generally, he acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He has a greedy streak, and he occasionally overindulges. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore, frankly. He's carrying fire clay, wearing a pretty dress. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally thinks that the world should be immersed in perpetual warfare, and sees those who, the whole pursuit of art as silly, and dreams of mastering a skill. I could put you in the military. He likes conglomerate and silver and wood opal, and chinchilla leather and naff fabric, and scepters and flasks and turkeys for their wattle, and magpie men for their intelligence and the sound of the glittery tresses, and when possible prefers to consume giant jaguar and water buffalo cheese, purple amaranth beer, and hates slugs. I too hate slugs. G-Fin. Be careful. If you're not careful, chat, you may get a cow. You can hang out with Todd Howard. G-Fin. Feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he is rarely jealous, and he is quite ambitious, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He prefers that everybody lives harmoniously as possible, and he tends to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he tenses up when he's nervous, and he starts to stutter when he's surprised. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally sees introspection to be a waste of time, and values family, and dreams of creating a great work of art. You're playing right now, and you don't understand what's going on. I have dwarves and pets swimming in lava. And they don't die, they don't take damage. Okay, so I have a question. Do you have temperature turned off? That would be my question, Cossack. Time to get water buffalo cheese. Speaking of cheese. Milk some animals. I do have an automatic make cheese job when there's enough milk around, but I'm still queuing up milk animal as animals are available to be milked. Speaking of animals available to be milked, this is Todd Coward, which is kind of mean. I accept it. Well, that'll be why. Cossack my koala. That'll be why. Todd Coward has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, is quick to anger, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. And he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he often acts with compassion. Todd Coward is our favorite cow, although actually he's a bull. But Coward was a much better pun than, you know. Anyway. Is this a cow who tends to lie? He doesn't often lie. But he is in fact Todd Coward. Also, somebody commented on my stockpile, like my infinite stockpile tutorial, where they say you have to disable this one or they'll automatically put it back into this one. Not if this one is set to the right materials. So if this one is set as the right thing, like if it's set as wood and you're only putting wood in it, they won't drag it over to this one unless this one isn't set for wood. So just saying. It just works. I mean, it just worked. People bought it. All right, so I need a mechanism to make that again. Let's fly back up. All right, let's name a couple more dwarves. So if I didn't name you in the first round, say pick me. Let's go. Down a tank. He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger and can be very happy and optimistic. And he's a perfectionist and he lives at a high energy kinetic pace. He's very quick to anger and he isn't particularly ambitious and he isn't particularly interested in what others think of him. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind and he often feels lustful. He can handle stress and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and is a friendly individual. Keeps his voice very quiet when he's nervous and gnaws on his cheek when he's excited. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally is put off by trade and commerce. And he values self-control and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. He likes selenite, fine pewter, and squirrel, and feather wood and the color dark chestnut, spiked balls and cavies for their 3 toes, and pines for their needles. And when possible, prefers to consume perch and blackberry wine and lettuce leaves, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. He has a thin body with little fat. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and his large irised cobalt eyes are protruding. He has high cheekbones, and his nose bridge is concave. He has a low voice, and his eyelashes are short, and his hair is gold, and his skin is peach. And he's wielding an iron spear. And this right here is Darky, 42. Darky. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He is slow to anger and very humble and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and he works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess and he tends to not be swayed by the emotions of others. He is assertive and he lives a fast-paced life. He has little interest in joking around and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He tends to reveal personal information and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and does not often feel lustful and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees war as a useful means to an end and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and he obviously dreams of creating a great work of art, likes bronze, 2x8, and cavies for their adorable calls, spider monkeys for their prehensile tails, and the sound of the glittery tresses and the sight of the satin of amethyst, and when possible prefers to consume knuckleworm and parch and tuber beer and mog juice and absolutely hates flies. And now the game's saving. Balls. They actually portray the dwarf. They change who the dwarves can get along with and fight with. They change the speed at which they work. So something like if they're sloppy with their living space, they're more likely to leave items strewn around instead of putting them away if they have a place to put them. If a dwarf is super clean and tidy, they will put their stuff away instead of like leaving socks everywhere. Like if you just like have random clothing everywhere in your fortress, it means you have a bunch of messy dwarves. If you have dwarves that are fat, they eat more frequently. If you have dwarves that are have very different outlooks on life than other dwarves, they're more likely to get into arguments and start bar fights, stuff like that. Yes, animal, sure, fair enough. We could say that, but also that's not how the body works. Anyway, your bladder stores your pee. Although I don't think that we need to talk about internal organs here. Your team's having another meeting on how management and spec teams are messing everything up again tomorrow. Oh, lovely. So glad to have the rest of the week off still. Yeah, that seems like a benefit. You store yours in jars? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, sometimes you got to get a little bit sometimes you got to get a little bit what's the word I'm looking for here? Creative? Oh. Really? Imagine Dragons of all fucking people. You know, I've thanks to that band, I generally don't actually think about or imagine Dragons. For whatever that's worth. Apparently we need Empty Cage. I also need Siltstone. We're also milking our cows, but like, okay. Am I out of charcoal? Is that the issue? No, not out of charcoal. Let's... Oh, am I just like not? Okay. Armor, iron. Let's do greaves. Armor, iron. Greaves. Armor, iron. Greaves. Because that's what I need you to make. Imagine Dragon I mean, you could have finished it, Abel Bacon. I would have supported you. I don't need to subject myself to this. But thank you for informing me of its existence. That's very funny. I do love that Imagine Dragons have just become the video game band. Like, I mean, I get it. It's a very large industry. It's just really funny. You know? It's just really, really, really funny. Okay, so let's check all of this. Waiting for this to get constructed eventually. Remember Defiance? Nope. Not at all. Fortunately. I watched the first season of that TV show. I think I was one of the only people to, because at the time I was I was homeless and spent a lot of time at my ex's parents' place. And my ex's mom was obsessed with that show. Watched every episode of it. She insisted that it was quite good and that she really liked it. So, MB Audio, it's good to see you. Hello. House stream, any good news one should know? Imagine Dragons wrote a song about Starfield. That's it. Imagine Dragons wrote a song about Starfield that isn't out yet. Well, the game isn't out yet, but the song's out. The fort? God, I wish. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Oh no, I have nothing against Imagine Dragons. Like they should go, like, you know, get their gigs and make their money and all that. Like that, they don't even remotely bother me. I just think it's really funny. You know, it's I don't know. Like they're kind of like the, like I don't even know how to like compare Imagine Dragons to anything at this point. They're just generic pop music. And you know what? That's totally fine. Let them have their brand of generic pop music. It's not my job to keep them from that. They're 100% entitled to that. I'm allowed to say it's really funny though. Okay, let's see if my dwarves all have pants yet. 2 or 3 of them do. Just need one more. One more pair of greaves. Human caravan has arrived. Uh-oh. I still don't really have anything to trade. I can rebuild my well, though. Which is going to keep freezing every winter, I think. Means I should really just build a well underground. But what can I actually do? Stoneware. Need to re-up this. We're also going to run into problems pretty quickly of, like, not having anywhere for these dwarves to sleep. Nor am I creating clothes. I do have a cloth industry up and running already, though. So we are getting pigtails, and we also have naturally growing rope reeds. Also ratweed, apparently. So because of that, and we also have millet. Like, we could get a pretty nice little above ground. Oh shit, we got cobalt bulbs? Look at that. Cobalt bulbs. I don't think I've seen the sprite for that yet. Stray raven has been found and slaughtered. Do I have any more animals I can slaughter? Not currently. I do have baby wild boars, though. Wild piglets. Is there a way to make a cave moss covered floor out of stone floor? You have to put water on the stone floor. If you want to have cave moss on it. You have to put water on it first. Let's see. Can I sell anything? I can sell used clothing, so we'll do that. So I'm expecting to get attacked by something today. Because there are several factions that are at war with us. I need my soldiers to be ready to go, essentially. If they're not, we may be in trouble. And over here, they're still making charcoal. I think I'm going to make a second wood furnace on the other side of this tree to assert dominance on the tree, obviously. And we should probably go hack down some more trees. Although I'm still going to do my damnedest to protect this tree. I want to build something around it. Where I was at war with everyone. Talking about Burn Vault? Because I wasn't at war with everyone. I'm trying to think about recent forts where I've been at war with a lot of people. I wasn't at war with everyone in Burn Vault. If you're talking about Burn Vault. Lava mode. You mean the fort that I was playing yesterday morning? Exclamation point, last fort. Because I literally finished it yesterday. So. You know what? Actually, no. I'm gonna leave the cows upstairs, but I'm gonna bring all of the non-essential animals down here. And the animals that I'm just gonna be slaughtering down here. And also, I wasn't at war with everybody in that fort. I was just at war with one elvish faction. Like, I haven't been at war with everybody in a fort in a very, very, very long time. By that, I mean, like, a good couple months. Doran Roof something or another. What are you? You're a dwarf. What kind of gear do you have? Bismuth? Sure, you can join. Welcome to the fort, ye monster hunter. Help us fend off forgotten beasts. Let's get more fire clay placed. Because this is a clay tower. This fort was months ago? Then fuck if I know. I have no idea which fort you're talking about. Could be any number of fort. I'm certainly not selling my breastplates. But let's trade. Yeah, no kidding, Thold, but yeah, you have to be more specific. You have to tell me at least the name of the fort for me to be able to figure it out. Because the fort where you're at war with everybody is kind of like saying, do you remember the episode of South Park? Yeah, the one where Kenny dies? It's about as descriptive as you're being. So... well, I can buy all the meat. Well, I don't even need to buy all the meats. Well, I'm going to buy 2 anvils. And the fish. Spoilers, winky face indeed. They have a ladle! Bronze ladle. There's a bunch of splints. No books. It's a shame. Well, I can buy some fruits. And I'm buying some vegetables. We're still green. If I buy one more, then it'll stop being green. So we'll accept that. We gain more food variety just like that. Remember that episode of Stargate where they go through the gate? Yeah, or like the episode in Star Trek where he says, engage. All right, speaking of engage, how's this doing? Not quite high enough value yet. I need the value of this to be at 6,000. So something that I need to mention is we are playing with economy on hard. So I need to make clay statues. Make 30 clay statues. And they're already making charcoal over there on that side. And what was my woodcutter doing? Do I have more than one woodcutter? No, I do not. Okay, well, Mel build a peasant. You get to be a woodcutter. And you're vengeful while in an existing conflict. Well, that's good. At least you're also satisfied at work. The church. It's a temple. So whenever I get a guild requested, it's going to be a lot harder. I need to get it to 6,000 and 30,000 instead of 2,000 and 10,000. So much vengeful. I mean, there's like agitated crows in the sky, so just normal crows essentially. But yeah, so at this point we've got a decent little military. We do need to fill this out though. Have I managed to get the last? Nope. No final pieces just yet. Got you felling trees. I've got some pretty pissed off dwarves. But even them, like, they're not actually that pissed off. Like, I'm looking at Darky's here's previous thoughts. It's like, it doesn't say that he's stressed. He's just mad. It's like, well, I suppose you want a bedroom, but, like, nobody gets bedrooms right now. You're gonna have to deal with it here, Dwarfy. Man, nobody was paying attention when Baldur's Gate died. I tried very loudly to, like, make it clear that that fortress was dying, but... I don't know. I don't know how to communicate to people that a fort is dying. I can only post on Discord so much. You want a bedroom? Well, you'll have to work your way up to that, right? Like, nobody gets a bedroom right now because the tower isn't done yet. You're at the bar? Well, see, now that's a valid excuse. Finally, somebody with a valid excuse. You went to sleep before that happened? Yeah, fair. I think it was clear when you started having dwarves remove the walls to allow the water to flow into the fort that it was dying. Yeah, I don't know. You were perfecting your margarita recipe? Okay, that's also a valid excuse. Fully understandable. Completely get it. I mean, how else is your application to Margaritaville going to be successful if you don't perfect your margarita recipe? I haven't had a margarita in like in years. Pre-pandemic was the last time I had a margarita. I had a margarita beer, which Orange knows what I'm talking about, but which was a beer that tasted like a margarita. You had 2 last night? Nice. Well, I mean, come on, how else are you going to perfect that recipe? We got more dwarves arriving, which means if you would like a dwarf, say pick me. Our first newest addition to the fortress is Vubak, who is now named Orange. Orange finds humor in most situations, and he tends to be very curious and sometimes to his detriment, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Generally, he is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he is not often lustful. He has a sense of duty, and he's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he very rarely is enthusiastic or happy, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he has a greedy streak, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he tends to become a small mess with his own possessions, and he can handle stress. He scratches his ear when he's trying to remember something, and he dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting, and values family and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Likes gold, topaz, and carambola wood, and rope reed fabric, and gauntlets and earrings and radish plants and for their edible roots, and the sound of the drums of style, and when possibly prefers to consume bilberry wine and absolutely can't stand leeches. He is wiry and has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed. His somewhat splayed out ears have great swinging lobes, and his nose bridge is incredibly concave, and his slightly large irised cobalt eyes are protruding, and he has a round chin, and his hair is raw umber, and his skin is dark peach, and his nose is somewhat broad. Next up, you had a frozen margarita at the Ren Fest last week, and you've had a beer like that. Yeah, fair enough. So this is Cossack My Cola. And dear Windows, stop sending me Adobe notifications. They're really annoying. She is not a private person, and she freely shares her details of her life. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She is often nervous, and she has a greedy streak, and she is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors, and she can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and she doesn't handle stress well. She is brave in the face of imminent danger and doesn't seek out excitement. She dreams of raising a family and personally doesn't particularly respect commerce, and she likes lead and milk opal and coral and rummy fabric and alpacas for their wool, and the words of the spicy quintessence and the saffron embrace from the sight of the queen of poets, and when possible prefers to consume castrol and horse cheese and guava wine and flax flour, and absolutely hates rats. Who's next? This is Honey Bunholler. He is confident under pressure and inattentive to detail in his own work, and he is swayed by the emotions of others and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He is given to flights of fancy, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he is often nervous. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important and doesn't particularly value loyalty. He likes sandstone and aluminum and praise opal and emu tooth and cotton fabric, quivers and thrones and geese for their formation flying, and the words of the cradle of convenience and the sight of the satin of amethyst, and when possible prefers to consume mango wine and can't stand worms. He's a thin frame with some fat on it. Next one here. So many High Master Metal Crafters? Seems that way, yeah. Just got back from a trip to Texas and you got a gallon of a frozen margarita. All at once or for like future usage? Next dwarf. Aquizotipo. I probably butchered that. Is complete scatterbrain, unable to focus on a single matter for more than a passing moment. He is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and he presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and he doesn't try to get things done correctly. He is a friendly individual, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is very humble, and he doesn't handle stress well. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he has an active sense of humor, and he tries to keep things orderly. And he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he bites his nails when he's nervous, and he stiffens up when he's surprised, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally thinks friendship is important and doesn't care about art one way or another. That dwarf could survive the military, maybe. He likes Salfrite and Bismuth Bronze and Yellow Sespertine and Hore Marmot Tooth. Shields and earrings and toy axes and the sound of the vermilion tress and the sight of the queen of poets, and when possible he prefers to consume bark scorpions. When possible he prefers to consume parsnip wine and absolutely hates bark scorpions. I'm going to just start adding dwarves to the military. You have weird hair. What is in your hair? What type of hair do you have? It looks like he's got like dreadlocks or something. Here's mastering a skill. This one can go into the military, I think. Yeah, you're a competent swords dwarf. Dumps his clothing on the ground because that's what they do in the military. Okay, so we got several skilled metal crafters. You slightly doubt that description? I mean, doesn't not fit. It seems like we got attacked by another angry osprey. Oh no, it's a buzzard. It's another mutilated buzzard. We've just been getting dive bombed by buzzards for the last little bit. Fortunately, we got plenty of wild boar leather. I should really just make like a cloth / leather pile, and we should get some leather works going. Because I could just do that. Let's expand this area ever so slightly. Like, let's get this worked on slightly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand out here. A siltstone. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pop back up here. And I'm going to place some statues. Never mind. Apparently we haven't made any statues yet. I did queue up a bunch. Another rarer hairstyles showed up more. I mean, they basically have to be raised by humans in order for that to happen, right? It's like, in order to encounter those rarer hairstyles, they have to be raised by humans. In a lot of cases. Really? No? Then, like, what causes the rarer hairstyles, then? Because I was always under the impression, like just like shaved male dwarves, like male dwarves without beards. It's like, well, in order for that to happen, they need to come from human society. At which point then they're more likely to shave their beards. No, it's not that they need to add those descriptions, it's just they don't happen very often. But I've definitely seen dwarves with afros, hence why Dwarf Ross exists, which is the like better Twitch TV emote we have in here. Still not sure if the dwarves are going to sleep in the tower. I'm kind of leaning no. Kind of leaning no. Just realizing that there's a bunch of humans right here, all on top of this buzzard. Well, shoutouts to these humans for very effectively defending. I'm now going to block them in here, but I will give them a ramp down in case they would like to come down. Maybe stairs, even. I am not a mean fortress overseer, currently. I will give them stairs down. They also have an artifact that's just begun. And this dwarf has claimed a mechanic shop. It's the Dr. Rovod. So the good Dr. Rovod has claimed a mechanic shop and has grabbed a piece of iron ore for it. Now he's got a piece of chert. Pictures of glass. Oh, that's not good. Glass and a quarry. I mean, if you insist. Make a glass furnace. I'm going to sand. That's it. At least I do have open sand here. I don't know if I have any empty bags, so hopefully I do. It says somebody's doing it. Oh, hey, sweet, we do have a bag. Excellent. Yeah, no, there's plenty of hairstyles in Dwarf Fortress that you just don't see very often. They just don't happen very often. And that's largely all it is. It's just it doesn't happen. So now they should just go get that. Go get charcoal and make us a piece of green glass. I just see a ghost. Maybe. But yeah, no, this is like what curly hair, or like what an afro looks like. That. And that's just like a dwarf sprite. Well, they do happen. They're just not common. Let's keep following this doctor. Come and grab your raw green glass. There he goes, working secretly. Any bets on what this dwarf makes? It's a mechanic shop. I think there's only one thing he can make there. Pretty sure there's only one thing he can make. So we're getting these stoneware statues in here. I want to say the value of these is excruciatingly low. We'll see. I could, like, try and get them to glaze them, which would increase the value. I don't think they can make a traction bench. We headed to work, Celestars? A hematite mechanism, and he offers it to the Sky of Rims. Well, we're stuck in an ad, so I will wait for 90 seconds before I read it. No. Oh, it was more of an ironic question when I was asking. Oh, I see. No, you were saying Ghana Tank was saying that they needed to go to work. I thought you were saying that you were going to work. I was very confused by that. But Ghana Tank, you have a good day at work. Yeah, no, they would need the chain and table, yeah, in order to make a traction bench for the rope and table. Also, Elfie, I'm pretty sure that a devilish potato is working. And they work out in, like, provincial park, or not provincial parks, but state parks. Sorry, I'm thinking Canadian speak. State parks, so is away from Wi-Fi while at work. If at the beginning of the game you choose a place for a fortress, it is not written there is sand or clay, then it won't be on the map. No, if it says that there is no sand or clay, there won't be sand or clay. So what you mean is you're sitting at home and waiting for people to complain that something is broken so that you can go fix it? Darius? I used to watch a streamer who would stream while at work, and he was AIT guy, so. The doctor has created Nekedukner Famrasuk, a hematite mechanism, and offers it to the Sky of Rims. This is a hematite mechanism of all craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular chert cabochons and encircled with bands of rectangular, brilliant cut square green glass gems. And on the item is an image of a long four-sided prism in hematite. And I'm going to place that as a lever in this temple to get it up high enough value. Because otherwise, this temple's not going to get to the high enough value fast enough. Also, I don't know if Elfie's even watching the stream. That's a cool colored mechanism. It's like the hematite red. So now we can recognize a priest. The sacred cave. All right, chat. So this is up to you. Who gets the job of sacred cave? Kadranos, who's a proficient comedian and a skilled negotiator. Darius, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Helping streamer not get terrified due to lack of income, and helping the beer fund for Wallistat packs. Jetpack Tuxedo, who's a skilled intimidator and skilled conversationalist. Ganatank, who's a competent persuader and a competent negotiator. Equezatipo, who is a competent judge of intent and a competent liar. Or Spritz, who's a dabbling persuader and a dabbling negotiator. Or Shanira, who's a dabbling persuader and a dabbling negotiator. Cave Johnson. No. But, like, Rovad isn't named, though. We'd have to name Rovad somebody. What are the gods' attributes? It's a good question. I want to say it's, like, metals. Metals, yeah. The god of metals. Okay, you know what? We will give it to Rovad. Judge of intent and skilled liar. We will give it to that dwarf. And I will name that dwarf... Double checking names here. Nodo Casa. He does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and he tends to share his experiences and thoughts with others. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He's quick to form negative views about things, and he has a calm demeanor. He often prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he often acts with compassion. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he laughs in a unique way whenever he's annoyed. All gods in Dwarf Fortress are kind of evil. is my kind of statement there. Also, all of the gods are unique for each world, so I couldn't tell you that to begin with. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and values honesty and values artwork. He likes lemonite and platinum and green tourmaline and wild boar hoof and warhammers and high boots and mini forges and rabbits for their ability to burrow. Welcome to the fort. Speaking of, let's see how many of these dwarves have pants. 2 of them are missing pants. I really need this hazing ritual to be done. All right, well, it's a good thing that this temple is now active. Because now we can move up to this layer and keep building. And we are going to... I'm going to remind myself, what do I need? So if I make ash, I can then glaze with ash. So we're going to do that. We're making charcoal and ash. Let's just make ash. Let's make 40. So how many statues am I making? Already made them. Let's make 30 statues. And we're going to glaze statue 30. Might actually just make an automated glazing job for this. Let's also check how much iron do we currently have. 256. That feels way higher than it must actually be, but just do greaves first. Pause the rest of these. Finish the greaves. For the love of all that is dwarfy, please just make those goddamn greaves. We also still have plenty of hematite left. Goops is just making the iron greaves. That works. A telescope, yes. Or whatever we would consider to be a telescope. It's not an actual item in the game. You don't know what biome to embark in now? Something completely different from what you last did. What did you just do? Or what killed it, if I could ask? There we go, and they all have pants. That's what we need. Saw a dwarf threw a tantrum and punched someone, and it became a brawl in a bad location, and like 20 dwarves died. Ah, I mean, 20 dwarves. That's not a fort dying, but I mean, it's suboptimal. That much is for sure. Okay, so this right here, I'm using like. What's the word I'm looking for here? I'm using quantum stockpiles a lot more in this fort for some reason. What's up, Dial? How's things? Let's do armor. All other materials, none. I'm listening to something. What? Listening to something? That's not a word. I mean, the frames are not made better by quantum stockpiles, but... Like, quite literally, there is no effect of quantum stockpiles on frame rate, really. No, for me, the frame rate is mostly just, okay, it's a smaller map. That's pretty much all that is really adjusting this. Yeah, and also not currently on fire, yeah. No, I mean, mostly what I'm thinking when I say build a telescope is I'm thinking just some sort of weird contraption that looks cool with a minecart that has a glass ceiling. That's all it really needs to be. With glass mirrors, I'm doing big air quotes for those of you listening in audio only or lurking. So I'm looking at the ash glaze section of the wiki, and I'm looking at this pot. Does this not look like a frog face to you guys? Like eye, and then mouth? It's a very happy pot. Artillery cannon, the telescope, what's really the difference? Like, Kushka would approve of that pot. Sure. I mean, it legit just looks like... Or like... Okay, Twitch is telling me I'm using a command when I'm not. There you go, That's what it looks like to me. Now, mostly, I think it's because I just did the tutorial on quantum stockpiles again, so I'm thinking about quantum stockpiles a lot right now. There we go. So all the gear and stuff is just going to go there. Pipe section on a pedestal. That would look like a telescope. But I'm thinking minecart to, like, deliver the dwarf out there. Uh-oh. Probably make some actual trash disposal, shouldn't I? Probably very much should. What if I make a little trash disposal right here? Because I'm noticing just, like, various remains everywhere. Isn't exactly what I would describe as optimal. But yeah, I think a pipe section on a pedestal could work. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes, says Dodok. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Iron and steel. They want fish. I mean, if you insist, I suppose we could provide you with fish next year. Could sell a bunch of these stoneware statues, although I don't know how many of them they'll actually be able to carry, because they're probably going to be quite heavy. I could sell some of these shoes. I do have a bunch of, like, socks that are wearing out. Like, I do need to start, like, dealing with a lot of clothing and getting rid of it. And actually starting to make new clothing. Hello, Psycho. How's your day going? Yeah, but the thing about cut gems is they're a very limited resource. And on this map, because I'm doing very rare minerals, they're an even rarer resource. So I wouldn't say that it's worth trading them, because they are a very rare resource. We kind of need that resource. At the very least, my dudes are all geared up in iron. It's better than nothing. Probably also start making clay pots. We're going to make rock mugs, because I can't make mugs out of clay. I don't have any porcelain. I will buy all of these barrels, which will give them enough weight to be able to leave. I will buy those picks, the cheaper two, not the steel one. And the 2 pieces of paper. Extra pieces of cheese. Well, one of the extra pieces of cheese, and we'll just do that. Or a body dump? Why do you need a video of that? It's literally just make a garbage dump stockpile over a lava hole. Why does that need a video tutorial? It's a very, very, very simple concept. You literally explained exactly how you make it by asking the question of is there a video of it? You just need to take the garbage dump zone and go over the edge of lava. Also that, if you want to automate it, the quantum stockpile video has you covered. And for drawbridge, just put it underneath the drawbridge so that it comes down and crushes it. All pretty self-explanatory, really. Rock mechanisms. 10. Needs refined coal. Are we not making ash any coal anymore? Or are we just making the coal too fast? May just be making the coal too fast. Place 2 more of these. Continue to assert dominance around the tree. That's because you use a garbage dump zone and not a stockpile zone. Use garbage dump, the zone, not a stockpile. Use a garbage dump zone. Which is 2 different things. You don't, okay, so if you're dumping something off a cliff, you don't need to put a second stockpile there. The only reason you put the second stockpile there is so that it has somewhere to go so that it's counted in your dwarf's inventory, right? If you're dumping it off a cliff, you don't put a second stockpile there. I don't know how else to explain this. It dumps it regardless of if there's a stockpile there. The only reason there's a stockpile there is so that the items stay there, right? So if you're dumping items off of a cliff, just dump them off the cliff. You know, like if it's going into lava or something or under a drawbridge, you don't need to put a stockpile there. Why would you need to put a stockpile there? I don't know how else to explain this. All these animals down here are pretty happy-ish. What about that baby wild boar? Tame, sweet. All right, so we need to start making bedrooms of some sort. And it's a matter of how am I gonna do this? I kind of want to do it in this sand layer and then just like build around it, but yes, quite literally. You got it, Ranger Rick. To me, like, I don't think that a tutorial is necessary there, and I feel this way about the majority of tutorials, to be honest with you, where it's just like, well, that's just a natural extension of the thing that I already explained, so I really shouldn't have to make a tutorial for that. People should just be able to figure that out. And that's one of those things where it's like, I genuinely believe that I think people can just figure that out. I don't think I should have to make a tutorial about that. And if people can't figure it out, then, well, I don't know. I don't know what to say at that point. So the simple things are going over your head, I suppose. But, you know, that's also why the chat's here. It's like, not everything needs a video. Like, you can just ask. But that is a very simple concept. The only reason there's a stockpile there is so that, like, the dwarves don't then go put it through the thing again. I like that the charcoal is just getting used up so quickly. All right, so you, we're gonna pause Ash. You, we're gonna pause Ash. You, we're going to pause Ash. This one I'll make both. Like, turns out I need more charcoal than Ash. And you down here. Try and glaze again. Looks like I've got a statue of non-major nerd. Another rando wants to hang out here for eradicating monsters. I think we've got enough. Seemed like the dwarves weren't putting the goblin bodies into the minecart from the drop-off stockpile. You make a corpse stockpile for corpses. You go into the add button, right? You click on corpses and you click add all. And then they'll load corpses in. And as long as it's set to just dump over the edge, it'll just dump over the edge the second they put the corpse in there. Trying to get something, you keep trying something until you get it to work. Watching your dwarves die in horrible ways. Well, watching them die in horrible ways is part of the fun. But when you're trying to get something to work and it's just not working, that is just frustrating. So, like, I understand, like, the tribulations or frustrations involved with it. Like, that part makes sense. It's like, yeah, well, if it's something like a weapon that you're trying to build where you're like, theoretically, this should work, and that's fun. That's one thing. But if it's like, oh, just nothing is happening, that's just abject frustration. Yeah, because everything is higher priority than the garbage dump, Pepin. What do I need? Rock, door. Another thing I also need to start doing is I need to get less dwarves actually hauling items. Okay, let's also add another dwarf to the military and just see what happens. Zas, how would you do in the military? How do you feel about stress? You don't really have any goals in life, but you don't like the idea of weapons and fighting, which is fair. What you? No, you're named. What you? You're not. There's a mastering a skill, perfect. You'll do okay. Doesn't seek out excitement, but that's fine. Let's just see what happens with this dwarf when I add them to the military. Do they just immediately drop pants? And go and equip stuff? No, but you are going to sleep, so that's very inconvenient timing. If they are made of wood, then yeah. If the items are made from wood, then yes, it'll offend them. I'm not entirely sure if they aren't offended by wood that they made themselves, because I've never tried it. So actually, honestly, I do not know. You'd have to try it and find out. I wonder why that dwarf ran up and around through the temple and back down before equipping the rest of the armor. It's kind of funny. Keeps going up here to meditate. I would too. Meditate. Just like putting on metal armor. Meditate, meditate, meditate. We now have some more migrants. I completely missed. Or the peasant and the hunter, I guess. To the military. To 41 dwarves. Test it? No thanks, I'm good. I mean, thank you for pointing out something that I was about to fix anyway. Bioactive. It's only an issue if I haven't noticed it yet, and I had noticed it. More concerned about getting things put away, though. Still trying to decide where I want to put bedrooms, which is turning out to be like a rather long and slow process. Musical booze, excuse me. I don't see the part where it's musical, but... It's like musical chairs, sure. I guess I don't understand how those two have any similarities whatsoever. How goes Fort this time? It's fine. How's things, Lanix? Yeah, nothing particularly noteworthy has happened so far. I'm just trying to figure out where to put bedrooms still. Because something that I think would be really fun would be building a second fenced off area and building like houses in there with tunnels going into the main area. Because I think that would be a bit of fun. But it would take a lot of work. What counter is now at 1 day? I mean, like the amount of booze left? That's not how booze work in Dwarf Fort. Dwarves don't drink once per day. They drink once every 3 weeks. Did I create such an island? Yes. But the river itself was generated that way. I redirected it so that it would go around my fort, though. So yeah, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go onto the other side of the river bend, and I'm going to build another little barricade, like the one that we currently have. And I'm going to build a above-ground walkway from one little barricade to the other. So we're going to have one that's like a housing district and one that's like a work/tower district. Believe it or like everybody talks about how much the dwarves drink, as if like they drink like some absurd amount, when in reality they probably drink less than your average like college student. All right, so what I'm gonna do is there currently, I currently don't have a way around this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build a bridge going across here. And I'm gonna hack down all these trees over here. And this side is going to become another little fort like this. We can have a little walkway going across up here, in between the two. And this is where our living is going to be, over on this side. I think that would be a bit of fun. Well, not totally. K-Dranos. Or not K-Dranos, G-Fin. Not totally. Well, gnomes aren't dwarves. So gnomes have no limit to the amount they can drink. Like, gnomes are I think one of the only creatures in the game that are immune to alcohol poisoning. Which is hysterical, if you think about it. We're just going to kind of let them keep working on that. Let's throw 2 doors into this. And 2 doors over here as well. And up here, might as well throw some hatch covers. And this over here is beginning to get worked on. And with the sole purpose of releasing them for some fun. But they're stupidly weak. It's like, are you talking about like releasing them on an enemy? Because they wouldn't do anything. They'd just run away. I guess it depends on what you mean by some fun. Do you mean like some fun as in just like insta drinking all of the drinks in a enemy's like alcohol reserve? Like, I guess I'm confused. What kind of fun are you trying to get? Every time you set one, vomit and punches start flying? Yeah. That's the point of like a tavern keeper. But no, I mean, not entirely. It's not that they're homicidal, right? Like, people, I think, very much over exaggerate the amount of danger that one single tavern keeper can cause.
I'm still alive.
Carde, thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for a 5th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Because of folks like you, we are going to most likely get unless I lose like the majority of my subscriber base by the end of this month, or next month rather, we're probably going to get 70/30 from Twitch. Well, thanks for keeping that sub alive. It means a lot, dude. Hi, still alive. Still alive. Still alive. I don't really like these huge puddles, though. Need to, like, wait until this freezes, dig it out, and then fill it in. Which might actually be what I do. Make it all stone floor. And also, Spitalier, thank you very much for chucking out a gift. Appreciate you, man. Rock blocks. Let's see. Oh, I already have those queued up. Okay, so hold up then. Why? There's plenty of rock blocks down here. I say this is still perfectly accessible. That's strange. Oh, I understand what's going on. Okay. I understand what's happening. No, chalk is forbidden by default, but that's not the issue. The issue is I've just simply got the wrong... I just don't have any of the type of stone that I'm looking for. Needed more siltstone. I wasn't aware that this was chalk. I thought it was siltstone. Which is fine, but... I could unforbid it. What I really need to do is just simply permit the siltstone. Or give them access to more siltstone. All I really need to do. So it's almost a hype train. If you have a resub, now's the time to pop it. Or a Prime subscription, for that matter. I don't know what I'm going to do with this space down here. Maybe make a zoo? I guess we'll figure it out. This wouldn't be a bad animal holding zone. Or alternatively, housing.
I have some bits.
You have some bits? Really? Well, thanks for the bits. The milk pit? Then I'd have to put water in it, which we could do. Not out of the realm of plausibility. Thanks for the 95 cents, Orange. For strange bits? Strange bits? You mean strange portion sizes of bits? Also, apparently chalk blocks are not permitted. There totally is chalk blocks being worked on by default. Boink. It's the amount given on mobile. Mobile's weird. That's it. Chalk blocks are useful to keep things from rolling away. I feel like I should smile and nod and agree with this, but I don't actually know how to. That's a lot of fire clay. I'm waiting for us to get attacked, and we haven't yet. Because we're actually quite close to our enemies. Guess we should thank our lucky dwarfs. Should thank our lucky Starfields, I suppose. All the goblins are going, wait, that's not out yet. We can't attack that. That'd be mean. We're not ready. I'd be like, yeah, no, it's true. We're definitely not ready. Please don't attack us yet. We're also going to go right here. And we're going to use fire clay for this. I'm going to hack down this tree. Nope, that's not the button I wanted. That's the button I wanted. We're also gonna get attacked pretty soon, aren't we? Surprised that there's... Okay, no, there is agitated ravens. I was gonna say, I'm surprised there's no agitated ravens. That there was agitated ravens. You just didn't see them initially. They're never ready? What, the goblins? I suppose. I think it's kind of messed up, Orange, that that 95 bits is the amount given on mobile, yet in order to start a hype train, you need $1. That's kind of messed up. Like, truly. To the point where it's just like, just don't give me bits on mobile. Just don't do it. It's just a bad time. It's a bad time for your wallet. Makes me feel bad. It's a waste of money, probably. Don't feel bad. Too late. Let's work our way up here. I'm all right. Psychon, and yourself? Getting by, one day at a time. One stream at a time, 1 week at a time. PAX is coming up, and I can't tell if I'm excited or not yet. It's like, I think if someone were to ask me right now, it's like, are you going to PAX? My response would just be, no, no, I'm not excited to go to PAX, but I am going to PAX. I think I've just been to PAX too many times. So that one, well, this is going to speed the process of building this up quite a bit. Let's remove this. Now that all the creek beds are frozen. I mean, I live in an unending hell. In an unending hell. You can join me if you want. It's quite warm in here. Fortunately, in hell, the heating is kind of included, so, you know, it drives your heating bill down. I don't like conventions. Like, at all. I go to conventions because it's part of my job, not because I like them. Cooling? This is hell. We don't get cooling in hell. You want cooling? You should have thought about that before you applied for housing in hell, okay? AC subsidized? What part of hell do you not understand? This is hell. AC? You don't get that here. Sheesh. Oh, true. Yeah, it's a sauna. You should have thought about that before you signed up for the sauna. Is global cooling a myth made up by angels? Angels have nothing to do with this. This is a rental agreement, and since you agreed to rent housing in hell, I cannot provide you with cooling. This is hell. You pay for extra for the heat. True. Yeah, even the heat ain't subsidized. Saw a funny meme about the eternal damnation hot. Well, that depends on how many L's you have. Doesn't even depend on how many L's you have. Yeah, complaints will inquire 1 floor below, and once you go 1 floor below, you cannot return. Let's just get this done on higher-ish priority. Then you've gone as deep as you can, and there's no one else to speak with, so you might as well give up now. For some reason, I'm just like reminded of the Rowan Atkinson sketch where he's playing Satan. He's like, "Hello, everybody, and welcome to hell. This is hell." It's just one of my favorite Rowan Atkinson bits just ever. Like, I'm not really big into comedy generally, but God, that bit is fantastic.
Hi, Blind. Ulysses Sigma here. Changed handle, but not to support less than 3.
Well, cheers.
For everything, smiley face.
I'm gonna give you a nickname so that I remember who you are. Otherwise, in like 3 months, you'll tune in and I'll be like, I don't know who you are. I'm gonna put your old username in brackets. So I remember who you are. Your idea of hell would be cold? No. That's heaven. I want it to be like 15 degrees colder at all times. But Cyber Deck Cipher. That's quite the mouthful. Thank you very much for the 5th month and welcome back. But yeah, no, to give you an idea, I can't even like survive Orange County. Every time I've been to Disneyland, I've been almost sent to the hospital for heat exhaustion issues. So I very much don't like heat. When it gets to anything, and I know I'm speaking in Celsius here for you American viewers who can't understand simple topics such as that. Long story short, anything above like 25 degrees Celsius is unpleasantly hot for me. I've been to Disneyland 3 times in my life. And no, I'm not much of an amusement park guy. Which is ironic, because one of my favorite games of all time is Roller Coaster Tycoon. And largely, the main reason I stopped playing it was I got tired of explaining to people that I'm not a theme park guy. I just really like that particular video game. Like, I've always been I can always put on more layers. I love camping in the winter. Like, I love snow camping up mountains in, like, -20. There's nothing better than just like sitting in -20 with like a can of beer in the snow in like a snow shelter that you've built. It's genuinely one of the best things ever. So I can always put more layers on. I'll always be fine if it's cold, but I can never take my skin off if it gets too hot, and it's very easy for it to be too hot for me. I mean, I think the hottest temperatures we've hit this year so far was 37 Celsius. It was a rough week. Just sat here and complained the whole time. But no, I went to Disneyland so many times because of family trips, and one time my girlfriend at the time really wanted to go. If it's 15 Celsius, I'm in like jeans and a t-shirt and very happy. Although, what is it right now? Outside. It feels pretty nice. Yeah, it's 17 Celsius outside right now, so I'm cozy currently. And my door's open all the way up. Like, it's as open as it can be currently. The game dev some people was avoiding because the Sigma man... I don't even know what you're talking about. What's the name of your favorite Mega Man character? Yeah, I don't even know what you're referencing, but... Yeah, no, if your name turns into something problematic, you gotta change it. Those were nice. That's like optimal summer weather. I may actually need to just like knock a hole in this temporarily to be able to get this built. Yeah, I hate wearing shorts. I've been wearing shorts a lot this summer, but fuck, I hate wearing shorts. That's a shark. I love getting statues of sharks. Statues of sharks are kind of fun. Just need that those stairs there to be done. This is getting done right now too, which is good. Okay, why did that job just get canceled? Dwarf, come on. Okay, bottom half of this is done, meaning I can now remove this. And let's just make sure I get the right one. And they can start using this. It should be good. Same color every day. It looks like so it never looks like you change clothing all year. If it's above 25, I wear shorts. Oh no, I had a dwarf stricken by melancholy. It's been an artifact I missed. Certainly did. Claimed a metalsmith's forge. Crap. I've been real bad at catching artifacts as of late. It's like my brain has just tuned out that sound. Also, seriously, why do they keep canceling this? It's like I keep getting fell tree jobs and then they just like don't actually chop the tree down. It's very odd. No, it looked the same as always. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, my camera's frozen again. You are correct. Hold on, we'll go fix that. It's happened like 24 times recently. This isn't even the computer gremlin. This is just Elgato makes trash products. Yeah, which is odd. Well, I mean, I have 2 woodcutters. See if I turn that back on. I doubt that that'll change anything, but also throw 2 more woodcutters in. Could make some more axes, but it's also priority number 1, I think. Yep, we do in fact have a statue of a gremlin. Well-crafted statue of Stibmer Hearthgate. An item is a well-designed image of Stibmer Hearthgate, the deity of rivers, earth, Wait, hold on a second. Do I actually have a... A gremlin? Wow. Chat, we have a gremlin god. It's depicted as a male gremlin. Huh. Yeah, it's not just any gremlin. It's a god gremlin. Well, that's kind of incredible. Okay, hold on a second. So, because this is gonna become a temple to gremlin god naturally. A new temple. Let's see. Is there a religion that follows him? The soaked faith. Please, 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 please. Deity, it's rivers, earth, caverns, and mountains. Please, 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 please. Stibnar heart granite is mountains, caverns, earth, and rivers. Yep. Okay, so the religion, the soaked faith, worships the gremlin god. Well, that's kind of perfect. I can't hate on that. I've got 2. Well, I guess we're gonna move both of those above to that level. That is very funny. Yeah, that is very, very, very funny. Not only that, I've got kind of a lot of statues of him. Like, they really did make a lot of statues of this dude. The soaked faith, yes, they are soaked in something. There's also a statue of a mosquito here. We'll give non-major nerd a statue in here as well, just some dwarves. That is very funny. Statue of a dwarf, and then down here can just be random animals. So we can do rats, a mosquito, a hamster, forgotten beasts, some random statue, and it's another one. Baptized in the gremlin waters. Clearly. Yeah, clearly. They get their god wet to spread religion. They get wet to spread religion, maybe? Maybe it's just so hot in here that they're all soaked. It's just an extension of this discussion that we've been having. That's very, very, very funny. I've never seen a gremlin god before. And considering gremlins are such a meme in the chat, it fits kind of perfectly. Where do you sign up? It's called the swimming pool. Soaked is slang for being drunk? Really? I don't think I've ever heard that before. Just waiting for the ads to end because there's 25 seconds left, and then I will unpause the game. Is there another gremlin statue on Z level down? Oh yeah, you're right. I also love just how many statues we're getting of this particular gremlin. That actually makes it better. Also a giant polar bear. I wonder, is the giant polar bear statue bigger than the normal polar bear statue? It kind of looks like it. And there you go. This dwarf is praying to it. I feel like I need to fill this temple up with levers. Because that just makes sense to me. Maybe not fill it up, but there needs to be a couple sacrificial levers. Clearly. That is way too goddamn funny. Now I want to go into the world for this and like look up why they worship this gremlin. The gremlin deity. Because like Stibmer Heartgranite is like a very dwarf name. Ponder's Lever. I mean, some may who knows? They may have worshipped this particular god as well. It's hard to say. Who can say, really? Sometimes a gremlin gets to be a god. It seems that way. It's like that one faction that worshipped a fluffy wambler. I don't know if any of you guys remember that, but there was a screenshot going around I think it was the subreddit, where it's just like, my faction worships a what now? And it was just like, the fluffy wambler god. What? Why do you worship a fluffy wambler? Just why? Of all the things you could worship, why did you choose a fluffy wambler? And fire clay for the floors. Also use fire clay for the roofs. A little worried about that corner there getting filled in properly, but can always just deconstruct around it if it doesn't. I was gonna say, what are you, like butt spot but for tits, sentient potato? Add the word boob to things. Back from making muffins and making lunch. Ooh, what kind of muffins? What'd you miss? We discovered that this faction worships a gremlin, which is fantastic. That was the main big discovery of today, that we discovered that this faction worships a gremlin. Also, chat, what do you think are the odds that somebody drowns in this pool during this construction? Also, how long until somebody drowns in this pool is maybe the better question. Because I'm giving it, like, not very long. Especially with them very slowly standing here. Let's go to here and say, please, for the love of Armok, don't. Just don't, dwarves. Just don't. Unless you really need to. Please, dwarves, do not. Just do not. So hopefully we'll see them running around it. Yeah, there you go. Hey, they're going around it now. As they should. The gremlin god might flip the lever. It would be very funny if somebody tantrumed and toppled the lever and got cursed. I would be very, very, very amused by this. If somebody tantrumed and like toppled the lever of the gremlin god. Like genuinely, that would make my day. Aren't all gremlins just demons? In a way. What type of curse can you get? How else do you think vampires are made? Like, legit, that's how vampires are made in Dwarf. But now we have this lovely temple to the gremlin god, and if I increase the value of it a little bit more, I can actually appoint a priest to the temple of the gremlin god. And I think that there's only one appropriate priest to the temple of the gremlin god. When Mommy Vamp and Daddy Vamp love each other very much. True. However, no. When Mommy and Daddy Vamp are made into vampires, it's because they broke something in a temple. So, Diamond, would you like to be the person that I mean, hi, Smexy Vampire. I mean, that definitely adds some statements to how vampires are made. You picked a time to show up. Every time you watch me play DF, you feel like you need to boot it up. Yay, my effect is working. Slowly. Very, very, very slowly. The cult of Gremlin is now expanding. We must spread the good word of the religion of Gremlin. The goodest word indeed, even. So according to the retroactive Twitch Partner Plus changes, last month I had 499 total Partner Plus points. I need 350 to get Partner Plus. And now, on this month so far, with 1 day left, we have 498 Partner Plus points. So anybody who paying resubs tonight or tomorrow, or I guess, yeah, tonight or all day tomorrow, we'll add to that. Be cool if we could be above 500. Does something really happen if you activate the lever? Nothing will happen if I activate the lever because I've hooked it up to nothing. But if somebody breaks the lever by toppling it over or one of these statues, then they will get cursed. There's a very high likelihood that they will get cursed. If you've never had it happen, you've never had a dwarf angry enough also happen to be in a temple at the time. Two days left before you can renew. Yeah, you'll renew on the 1st then, I would assume. Which is fine. I'm actually kind of surprised they were able to get that back wall done. Sleepy, thank you very much for staying subscribed for his 6th month. Welcome back. Checking to get a round of beers for Sleepy. Helping keep this weird channel funded. Those subs, resubs, gifts, and bits really do mean a lot, though, because it's literally the only way I fund this channel outside of, like, YouTube ads and the Patreon and merch. So, unlike a lot of other channels, I don't take, you know, those big sponsored deals that you see a lot of people throwing around, and it's just makes this job very, very unpleasant for me. So, thank you very much to everybody who allows me to stay independent and relatively unbiased. Because frankly, like, that side of this industry just makes me really sad. Oops, I screwed this up partially. This wall needs to be redone. Needs to be siltstone, not fire clay. And also we need to start making beds. Let's just make 100. Fire clay. There we go. Oh, hey, there's water down there now. Kind of funny. Somebody could have a pond in their house if they wanted. The person who has this little bridge entrance, it's probably pretty desirable property, I would imagine. It's floor, I need wall. I mean, I guess I could give them 2 doors, but that would be a little silly. Also gonna need more doors. We just need to wait for these doors to be brought into place and for all these roofs to be put into place. It's happening nice and quick. And then we've got our first level of bedrooms once we get beds made. Keyword there is once we get beds made. We need empty food storage items is something that I'm seeing, so I'm going to make clay pot. Let's just start making a ton of them. Make 300 clay pots. I don't quite need 500. 500's a bit much. I might glaze them too. We can do that later. Woodcutter's been found dead, reason dehydrated. This person missed out on an artifact and is now being buried. Rest in peace, Melville. You were a good dwarf. You didn't deserve a fate like that. That is entirely my own fault. And here I was going to make some leather shops. Well, let's make a little small leather workshop down here. I'm going to state this, right? This is the temple floor, right? And that one mist engraving, just because you've stated that it causes you pain, I'm going to leave it. At least for a bit. Because you know what? You will be fine. I trust that you will survive. Tower temple to the gremlin god, even. The fact that it's the gremlin god means that it's like quite literally the law that it must remain imperfect. The god of all things mischief related definitely would have an imperfect floor. Personally, I think it's completely in running with that particular god. If you disagree, that's fine. You will survive. All right, let's do all this. This is going to be our little leatherworks industry down here. You know, if you said, I want to make a fort that tries to imprison and contain unique creatures and basically make like an exotic zoo, that sounds really cool. The second you say make an SCP fort that tries to capture and contain exotic creatures, you ruin it, and then I don't want anything to do with it. If you didn't say it was an SCP thing, then yeah, it would be neat. But that just makes it clickbaity and bullshit. Like, I'd even prefer the term cryptids, because at least that's like not a brand name thing that's highly SEO'd. I'm just allergic to things that I don't know, attract people to click on stuff. Also, says the guy who's currently named a fort Starfield, so maybe I can't talk. But to me, that would be way cooler sounding if it wasn't described as an SCP thing. But also, a lot of the rarest and hardest to find creatures can't be tamed. And because of that, can't be imported. So it's literally getting all of the coolest creatures in your fort without adventure mode is impossible. Because there's a lot of really rare, strange things in Dwarf Fortress that, like... where's Tanned Hides? Don't really have that many. Got 19. I guess I could make some shoes. Let's just throw leather in there. Having one vampire highly depends on the faction and the world, though. It's not every single world is going to automatically have a vampire. And it's quite likely you're going to end up in a world without one. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that would honestly end up just being more annoying than fun. Now, if it's just like, oh, capture every single forgotten beast, that could be kind of fun. Because that's less strict. Not really RNG, it's more just the world that you have generated, which I guess most people don't really understand the difference between those two things, but because there is very little RNG in Dwarf Fortress, right? Everybody is always just like, oh, it's all about RNG. Not really. It depends on the world you generated. Yeah, no, I mean, exotic zoos can be really fun in Dwarf Fort. All right, let's set up trashed. Deconstruction. Check in on this. What's the value of this? 5,000. Let's throw in some more statues. Stuff that is glazed, specifically. Might need a display of some sort. Could just go around the edges. We've got another strange mood, and they've claimed a Metalsmith's Forge, the one and only Metalsmith's Forge. Let's not fail K-Dranos's. We've got hematite and metal. They must have rock, metal bars, bones. You want bones. Let's just go slaughter one of our... Let's slaughter the turkey. Something not super strictly important. Silk cloth? I think I have silk. I mean, if I need silk, I actually have cave spiders right in here, so I could very easily go to clothing and leather and make a loom. Make you out of chestnut. Make you out of chestnut. And you can just be out of chestnut logs. No, I don't need more monster hunters. That's not true. I've got plenty of iron. Plenty of iron and hematite. So I do have metal bars ready. It's the silk cloth that may be an issue. Yeah, we have plenty of metal bars right there. We already have iron. The only way to trap anything that's trap avoid is having webbed traps, and even then it sometimes doesn't work. You're not supposed to be able to trap avoid creatures, period, right? So you have to use a bug, which is webbed traps. But no, you can trap forgotten beasts using drawbridges and doors, which is the way you're supposed to do it. All right, there you go. It's working furiously. So I would recommend just doing it the way you're supposed to. More migrants have arrived, meaning we're probably going to get a mayor in a moment. She's easily moved to mercy and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She's moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She's quite polite, and she easily can fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she is often nervous. She repeatedly snaps her fingers when she's trying to remember something, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does this sound like you, chat? Say pick me. She worships Tubal Unal Gusil. Kazur the Keen. There you go. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally sees family as one of the most important things in life. And has a deep dislike of the natural world. If you'd like to be one of the next few dwarves, say pick me. Hey, look, Bumblebee. Such as this dwarf, who dreams of mastering a skill and finds herself to be somewhat disgusted by eloquent speakers and doesn't particularly value loyalty. An above ground fort? Partially. Prone to strong feelings of lust, and she does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She is quick to anger. Middle management robot, thank you very much for the 10th month. I feel like you just popped that because you just upgraded it, right? This can be, you already have a dwarf, Dr. Nishi. That doesn't need, if the dwarf doesn't need alcohol, then they're not a dwarf. That's a vampire. Like, straight up. If it says that they do not need alcohol to get through the working day, or they can't remember the last time they had someone, that is not a dwarf. That is a vampire. Dreams of raising a family. Dreams of mastering a skill. No, dwarves needing alcohol is like humans needing water. Like, if you don't give a human water, they will die. If you don't give a dwarf alcohol, they will go insane. The reason I'm adding so many dwarves to this military is we're going to need someone to go get us books. We're also about to get a mayor. You dream of ruling the world, hey? Sees power over others as something to strive for. Are you usable for the military? Let's find out. No. I mean, you may be, but you wouldn't enjoy it. Yeah, no, if you dreamed of mastering a skill, sure, but you don't dream of mastering a skill. Well, that's pretty cool. Kadrano's Kolrur, the metal crafter, has created Isantithis, Fasim Rath, an iron scepter, and offers it to the Sky of Rims. This is an iron scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and decorated with turkey bone. On the item is an image of Vubak, Salvpol, the dwarf, in hematite. On the item is an image of Fath, Pastmahames. On the item is an image of Fath and Akithi Raintuft, the sunken periwinkle, the marsh titan, in giant cave spider silk. The Marsh Titan is striking down Fath. The artwork relates to the killing of Fath by the Marsh Titan in the sunken periwinkle in the greatest swamps in 127. The greatest swamps. Not just any swamps, the greatest swamps. Okay, so when we get 10 worshippers in this religion, then we can, you know, do the thing. Goat kid. Guess I'll put all the goats down here. Do you have any grapevine whispers about the Glass Tower progress? Oh, are you asking about, like, Arch Crystal? What do you mean by Glass Tower? I'm assuming you mean Arch Crystal. No, I haven't asked Sethanos, if that's what you're asking. I know last I heard he was working on it, but I know he's, like, got a full-time job and kids and a family to take care of, so I don't think writing Dwarf Fortress fan fiction is the biggest priority, but... Yeah. That was a weird ad, Chappelle. Is Chappelle just, like, doing strange things with their advertising? You need to know what happens. Yeah, it's kind of a... I know, like, the gameplay's already happened. It's just a matter of him writing the ending. Might as well just build up as high as we can. $29 fire clay. And fire clay. And fire clay. Of course, fire clay. All right, let's work on another one. And then we're going to go through the inside, fire clay it up. And there we go. You lost 1,000 this week, so you figured no loss to put it all in. I mean, you do you. Sometimes you just gotta either gain it all or lose it all. Also, hope you're doing well today, Celesty. Also, hey, Kyra Asylum. Hope you're doing well. The current goal is to make sure that this religion gets worshipped. I just need 2 more worshippers. That's all that we need. 2 more worshippers of the great gremlin god. I feel like this is a Charlie Brown bit for some reason. Then you get to go to physical labor? Wait, hold on a second. Do you have to mow the lawn or something? That doesn't sound like you're done with work then. Hope everyone's well. Doing okay, Yannick. Hope you are as well. Physical labor is helping. Wait, hold on a second. Those are both work, but I mean, paving bricks, loading truck with paving bricks doesn't sound pleasant. That's all. Still work. Physical work is still work. Just because you do intellectual work for a living doesn't mean it's not work. All right. Yeah, similar to here. Yannick. Temperatures have been much more tolerable the past few days. My tomatoes won't like it as much, but what can you do? I think that there's some humans stuck on my wall, which is kind of funny. Let's get all this done. Eventually. I think the problem is the walls keep getting built midway through construction. And then they cancel the other jobs because then suddenly there's like no way to where they were originally going. And if somebody's trying to move these logs, then this gets canceled because someone's trying to move these logs. It's just a repeating cycle. Let's see if somebody comes and finishes this. Just need this log to be moved out of the way. Here is that the game doesn't involve any APM at all coming from the Age of Empires or other games you feel like it was always moving the mouse or rushing things. Now, Dwarf Fortress is a game about patience. And also one of the reasons this game attracted the audience it did is because it's actually very accessible to people who can't move quickly. It's one of the reasons I like it is because, like, yeah, I can play pretty quick, but I don't need to. Also, Gremlin Temple friends, you're going to be real sad to know that your temple and religion is nowhere near as popular as the denomination of mountains, which has 25 worshippers. So, yeah. Time to knock on some doors. I mean, what, and inform the dwarves that they're worshiping the wrong god? Even though I feel that way, I don't think there's actually anything I can do about it. There we go, 4 more bedrooms just like that. Okay, brought us up to 17,000 in value. When you tapped the volcano for the first time yesterday and only previous magma experience was the magma sea and no one died. Well, hell yeah. Good that no one died. Or maybe not good. I guess I will accept this, because I need to get the value of this up to 30,000. I will engrave this all up. Welcome back, Diamond. Not sure if you heard this, so I will repeat it. I'm very sorry to inform you, and I regret to inform you, that the other religion is significantly more popular. Shame, shame, shame. I know, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we just need 10 clay statues, and we need to glaze 10 statues. Gremlin's got to do some gremlin. I'm very glad that there's no way to interact with the faith of the dwarves from the player's perspective. It's one of the fun things about, like, starting a new faction for me, is that, oh, well, I mean, all of these, this whole faction worships this thing, I guess I just have to build this now. I feel like if you could affect that as the player, I think that would kind of ruin it a little bit for me. It's a community mural, sort of, yeah. Also, what's up, Salty? Also, Devilish, just for you, I will fix this corner. I don't know why these humans are stuck up here, but they're quite helpful. They keep shooting down agitated buzzards when they come by. Am I not making rock blocks? Not making rock blocks. Especially considering like the religions are something that's like unique to each individual world. I do think like the game would definitely lose something if the game would lose something quite major for me if that was, you know, something that was taken away from the world's uniqueness. Generally, the way I try to tap into volcanoes safely is I just channel down first, assuming there's nowhere for it to go on the layer underneath. Channel down first, and then channeling down means the lava has to fill up that pit before it can spill into the room, and it usually gives the dwarf enough time to get the fuck out. Usually. Or I channel down with a doorway that I'm using as a locked area. Instead, it was already committed to that strategy and you didn't feel like pivoting. Yeah, that's fair. If anybody's wondering what I'm doing, I'm making a clear spot for surface farming. And I'm also going to update this stockpile right here to just be lump helmet spawn and pigtail seeds. Just this one. And over here, we're going to put in a different one. It's going to be a lot more, you know, general. It's going to be inside this little hut over here. Now the question is, I'm going to deconstruct this building. Ah, I see. They're too busy constructing building right now. Still working on them stairs. Looks like we are still working on them stairs. Speaking of them stairs. This fortress is going to be pretty tall. Also need to brew more booze. Picked B too early. This is as tall as I can build while still being able to build a roof. So target height, as tall as I can build. It's not really a target height in mind. It's just that's as high as I can go. Like, there's a limit to how tall you can go. For this map, it's layer 30, and I can't build on layer 30. So this is as high as I can go. And by empty space. I mean, that's not totally true, but it's also not wrong. So much fire clay right there. But yeah, all of these dwarves are just simply hauling stuff up here. What is that? An earthenware statue of giant chameleons. That doesn't look like a chameleon. And this is what? Great white shark. Well, that's cool. Dwarf's got cool tastes, frankly. They can absolutely enter, yeah. Because I can't build at the top of the map, right? I can only build one layer below the top of the map. So I can only build up to layer 29. I can't build on layer 30. But also, like, we have open walls, so like they'll be able to enter regardless. Dear games, please stop sending me migrants for a little bit. Christ. Can't handle all these migrants. Squad 2, you're gonna... Well, at least there's pants available. How much charcoal do I have? Almost none. Literally none. You want to see Starfield? I don't care. Chat should want to see Starfield. But the view count isn't that much above normal. It's slightly above normal because it's a new fort, but clearly my clickbait is failing. My plan was to name the fort Starfield and then simply have 200,000 people show up. God damn it. Let's see. Let's go finger mullet. Fisher berries. Foxtail mullet. Lettuces, I guess? I don't know. Foiled. God damn it. Ignore it. Well, stuff keeps getting canceled because I don't have enough charcoal. What we really need. I mean, you could even, like, just go into your own install of Dwarf Fortress Sakos and name your own fortress Starfield. And then, like, you too can be playing Starfield right now. God damn it. So one of the... Okay, I'm actually going to not allow migrants for a little bit. Population cap. Let's go 70. Including births, 75. The reason I'm going to do that is because making guilds is going to be an extreme pain in the ass. Because we're set to high value. So for the sake of my own sanity, I'm not going to do that to myself. What's the plan for this fort? Building a big library, and of course we're going to need to steal a lot of books. And also, you know, above ground on this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Untamed Wilds biome. And I think the way we're going to expand this fort is I'm just going to build these little additions and build little moats for them to place, and slowly expand those around the fort. Because this looks really cool, and so does this. So I'm thinking this with another little moat around it, maybe can build another one down here or something, and another one over here, maybe over top of this little mound. Build up this way as well. It just looks real nice. No writing books necessarily, just stealing. Well, I mean, I also kind of want to make my own books, because I think that would also be kind of fun, but... So where did all that clay come from? This tiny little hole in the ground? It's an infinitely repeatable job for an infinite resource. It's just kind of heavy to carry. That's the only real issue with it. Is this fort a laddie? Ladle? Wait, what do you mean ladle? Does this look like a ladle to you? Oh, I actually, hold on, I see it. I mean like this? River kind of looks like a ladle. It's gonna stop looking like a ladle when I give this its own spot. Unfortunately, the water freezes in the winter, so I can't easily, like... What's the word? I can't easily... make this just an infinite power source. It's a shame. It's not a label, it's a Big Dipper. Yeah, it's kind of more the Big Dipper, yeah. I would agree with that. So let's go to this. Stockpile, new, wink, wink. There we go. Get those brought up here. Current value of this is not yet high enough. Be way higher than 8,000 though, because this item alone is worth 8,000. I think I'm just going to delete and rebuild the zone. Curious if that'll... I'm assuming that the reason the zone got revalued was because of me relocating it. No, that doesn't. Weird. That should be a higher value because of this artifact. Should be at least double that. Anyway, I have a mayor who is Kel. Might as well build a little mayor's complex over here. Might as well make this one all out of clay. Can be office and bedroom. Or maybe dining hall and bedroom, and then office can go right over here. And then I can build a little ramp right here out of siltstone so that we can build the roof. What belief does this mayor have? That's a good question. They worship Tithleth Shadmalthol, who at a glance, I think it's the god of fate. Let me double check. They're a member of the Cyclopean order, which I think is the god of fate. So that is the wrong button. Yeah, the god of fate. I like how there's a god just called the Superior. It's pretty good. I worship the god Luck, which should be the most popular one in this fort for it to be thematically correct. Because that's wisdom, scholarship, writing, and poetry. But yes, we building up today. Arrow, though. We are, in fact, building up today. We also need armor stands. And rock weapon racks. Also, we're stuck in an ad, so I will wait. Someone is like imagining a different reality on me. Someone commented on the clip of my really long hair, and they said, Blind used to be bald and had a really majestic beard. That is not even remotely true. Neither of those things are true. Mandela effect? I suppose. I can't tell if there's like some sort of sarcasm in there or if they're actually saying that, because I was like, because I can't tell how serious YouTube comments are. Like, at least with Twitch chat, like, you guys can like put some sort of emotes in there, or like they could use emoji or something, but they must be pulling my leg. It's not working very hard because they're currently not touching it. What said the said comment? I mean, it's not that hard to find. There's very few comments on my videos these days. Even the videos that do well, you can pretty easily read every comment. Okay, well, we're getting some cave spider silk cloth. Sweet, we're doing quite well on silk. Let's give everybody some new clothing, shall we? Silk. Dress. Silk trousers. Silk shirt. Silk sock. Silk mitten. And leather shoe. We're just gonna do 70 of each. It's gonna take a little while to get the clothing done, but also gonna need clother shops because I'm pretty sure I don't actually have any of those right now. Yeah, no, I don't. Oh, me having a beard. Yeah, you're referring to the charity thing. when I had the like yarn beard. I mean, that might be what they're referencing, actually. Also, let's go cloth bag. I'll just make 30 of those. Oops. You need 70. 30 cloth bags. I don't know why there's a donkey in this room, but I guess there's a donkey in this room. As itchy as it was funny, it also, like, doesn't even come close to fitting properly. Which is maybe partially why it's amusing. Yeah, I'm not sure why the value of this thing ain't going up. Let's hope that they all have the armor. At least you have pants. So I need breastplate, shield, spear, helms, gauntlets, high boots. High boot. Okay. Iron high boot. Iron greaves. Iron gauntlets. Iron shield. And iron spear. Got any high value gems? Almost none. But, and I'm kind of scared to use them for things because I want to save them for artifacts. But the fact that the value of this hasn't gone up at all, when I put an 8,000 value scepter in here, leads me to believe that there's something wrong. Okay? So, I don't think it's got anything to do with high value. I've added plenty of high-ish value items. And this seems to have happened when I put these fortifications in here, so I'm going to replace these with walls again. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's also that there's a donkey in there. And I don't actually think that adding more high-value items to an area that's currently not counting high-value items is going to make it suddenly count high-value items. Maybe I'm crazy, but I don't think that's how the game works. Appraiser still sucks? I think it's bugged. I don't think it has anything to do with the appraiser. I think there's just like some just weirdness with certain things. That or a misunderstanding how this works. Because everything else is being counted correctly, so I don't think it's got anything to do with the appraiser. I think I just need to remove those fortifications. I'm going to remove those fortifications and see if that fixes it. Let the donkey worship. Nah, donkey's getting turned into meals. Because donkeys, just like horses and mules, are only good for one thing: steak. Let's see if this helps. Yeah, it still doesn't increase. I don't know. I guess they're never getting a, like, finished temple then, because I don't care enough to keep worrying about it. Like, genuinely. Because it was at 7,000, and now it's just got the question mark. So either it's our shitty appraiser, or there's something weird going on. And regardless, I like I said, I don't care enough to fix it. So if they get upset over it, they get upset over it. No, I did do that already. Howdy, LaKayla. Feels weird saying howdy. It's like betraying my people or something. My bet would be a country bar, but you don't really strike me as a country bar type of person. You live. That's what I mean. That's not really East Coast. That's more like Central East. You've only been to bars that play music? Country bars generally play music, so I don't see the concern here. I don't see the discrepancy with this. Country bars generally have live music. There used to be a country bar across the street from where I live until they demolished it. It's called Poncho and Lefties. Thank Christ they killed it. The general space here improved so much when they killed it. But they had live music every Tuesday and Friday. And when they had live music, girls paid no cover, which gives you an idea of the kind of bar it was. And it was awful. I hated it. It was super fucking loud. You could hear them from like across the street, and like, yeah, it was bad. It was loud. It was not fun. It was unpleasant. Glad they got rid of it. It's funny because like I don't mind country music. It's just there's a level of belligerency that kind of music attracts that just irks me. It's gonna be a very, 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 very small office. I'll put a lever in here because I'll probably need it for future. You can have a statue of a hamster. I'm sure you'll appreciate this. Have any armor stands built yet? I did queue those up. Well, see, like, your statement of, like, you've never been in a country bar. In fact, actually, you playing folk, confirms to me my suspicions of you just being a closet country bar person. So that perfectly explains why you would say howdy. If you write folk and country, or, like, folk country-inspired music, yeah, that 100% checks out to me. Like 100%. Not to drink. You don't. Why do you have to go to a bar to drink? There's plenty of reasons to go to bars and not drink. Maybe you work in one or worked in one. You can't drink when you're doing that. Maybe you like pinball and you go to a bar that plays pinball. But you said that you're strictly not a bar person. I'm just trying to figure out why you said howdy. That's what started this entire discussion. is the word howdy, and me commenting that it feels weird to say the word howdy. But you can still pick up the word howdy from a country bar, even if you've never been there to drink, specifically. Anyway. Just in different settings? I mean, that's not a hot take. That's just wrong. Are you talking about, like, subject matter? Because that would depend heavily on the artist. No, because the instrumentation is and writing style of the songs is completely different. Are we talking vocal style? Are we talking subject matter? In what way is it basically rap? Because as somebody who listens to rap and country, I don't agree with this. And I also don't like a lot of modern country because I don't like the subject matter. So if we're referring to subject matter, I wouldn't necessarily disagree. They both tend to sing about tits and ass and trucks. Okay, so I think that you are confusing rap and people that are bad at singing. Because I will agree with you. There's a lot of modern country where the singers are bad. Like, bad. Like, really, 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 really bad. If we're talking subject matter is pretty similar. It's just in very different settings. I mean, there's also, like, an argument to be made that, like, nu metal is just rap, which actually is pretty accurate. Like, there are plenty of heavily R&B inspired styles of music, but yeah, I don't think that you can say that one type of music is basically a different type of music because they have similar subject matter. We're gonna make this into a little office. I feel like I would love this office. This would be a great little office. This is a wonderful little office. Like, genuinely, look at this little office. You even get your very own statue of a hamster. Who doesn't want this office? This is like the best office. I mean, one of the bands I listen to the most right now is very heavily folk inspired, but it's got nothing to do with subject matter. They're just heavily folk inspired. Which is Earth, and that's just because of the types of progressions in their chord structure that they use. The way they tune their guitars. It's like, ah, yes, this is very folk inspired. But is it folk music? No. Very much no. This is going to be Mayor's bedroom. This is going to be Mayor's dining room. This is going to be the mayor's office. And the mayor hates it. None of them are nice enough, but we'll work on it. Well, okay, so I'm going to be a music nerd for 90 seconds, Kaiser. Classical music doesn't use a pop music structure. So actually progressive rock is, as in a lot of cases, can have a more in common with classical music structure-wise than like modern pop music. So when you say that atmospheric post-rock, sure, but it depends on the structure of the song. If it's written in movements, which a lot of atmospheric post-rock is, then it is going to be more similar to classical music in its structure. Whereas if it's written with a pop music structure being like A, B, C, A, end song, or final refrain A plus or whatever, unless it has more of a like a movement structure where you go movement 1, movement 2, movement 3, maybe refrain on movement 1, movement 4, done. So unless it has a classical music structure, it has nothing in common with classical music, regardless of whether or not it uses vocals. Also, I take your statement of it doesn't use vocals and give you chamber music with a vocalist, or alternatively, opera, or any kind of musical theater, which is also considered to be classical music, and has a vocal portion. Unless it's like, modern musical theater. I'm referring to more operettas when I say musical theater, but I'm gonna shut the fuck up now and play Dwarf Fortress. For $700 off for 3. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. With the music hot take, that's fine. I finished Royal Conservatory for cello in a past life, and frankly, every now and again I see people's musical hot takes, and I'm just like, no, you're wrong, sorry, I need to well actually you. Anyway. Anyway, at the very least, we have a mayor's office now, so I can go back to making bedrooms for everybody else. I actually quite like the way this little mayor's office thingy turned out. Are you building a table? Yes, you are. Have they ever figured out the value of this thing? Nope. Well, fuck it then. Let's go around the edge up top. I don't like well actualing people, but sometimes I just have to. Music is one of the few things I know enough about where I can actually do that. And frankly, if you know enough about something to well actually somebody, it's like, it's your goddamn right to do so, in my opinion. I also really like atmospheric post-rock. I own a lot of post-rock tapes. I mean, gospel music is just annoying. Moving on. It's just propaganda, really. Although there's a black gospel church pretty close to me, and if you walk past there at like any time between like 9 in the morning and like noon on a Sunday, it's like walking past a rock concert. Like, I don't know what the hell they're doing in there, but it sounds fun. Like, it's not something I would ever actually participate in, but whatever they're doing over there, it sounds like a good time. They're just like partying all weekend. I'm sorry, my brain can't comprehend that sentence, Salty. Black gospel is something else. It certainly is. Like, I don't know, I don't mind walking past that church. It's quite entertaining. Always something crazy going on in there. So they wanted fish, of which I have none. Well, balls. Trying real hard to not just, like, drop stuff on dwarves' heads. Hopefully to get your flight sim desk running. I don't think I will ever live somewhere with enough space I'm willing to dedicate to flight sim stuff again. Like, I miss my HOTAS, but... Dodok says, I'm your outpost liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. The world is still the same as ever. Must be a boring world. They want shields and bucklers. I can maybe make that work. Secure strap for your pedals. Yeah, the chair I used to have back when I had a setup like that, specifically for Elite Dangerous, it didn't have any pedals or anything. my chair had like a locking thing where I could lock it in place. This one doesn't have that. So I think that would be like my biggest hang up about doing that again. Also, I just, I live in a very small apartment. Migrants have arrived. If you go above 70 game, I'm going to protest. Lakayla, there is absolutely no link sharing rules in this chat, but if you self-promote, you'll get yelled at, and if you, post things that aren't allowed in Twitch chat, you'll never talk in Twitch chat again. At least not this one. So, don't be a doofus. Yeah, that's a lot. Congratulations, your office is about twice the size of mine. Maybe more, actually. It's bigger than your truck. Most things are bigger than a truck. Also, is it even still your truck? Because you were told to clean your truck out. Okay, so a Metalsmith's Guild has been established, which is very vexing. Is Rusty going for an all-in? Well, good luck. The new one is barely big enough to hold all that? Well, there you go. Got almost everything in bins. That sucks. I mean, I have a sit-stand desk, and it's as big as it can be for this space, so that's not really a benefit. I just don't generally stand while I'm streaming because I just kind of don't like doing it. But usually when I'm editing and doing off-stream shit, I'm standing. It's like I end stream and immediately stand the desk up generally. GG, you're broke now? Gosh, I hope not. Although, good win, Rusty. The gremlins got him. This is true. The bank gremlins definitely got him. Missed a tile. So I need to build a metalsmith's guild. I could put in here. I also, don't trust the game to not mess with my values again. Let's find out. Yeah, that's bigger than my office. Quite the flight sim setup, shit. I used to have that same flight stick and throttle before I sold it. No, don't paint the colors. The colors are perfect. Just simply whenever you're on a Zoom call or meeting of some sort, green screen out the background. Perfect for chroma key. So you can have literally any color you want in the virtual world, which, as Mark Zuckerberg has insisted many times, is the only world that clearly matters. Why would you worry about any other world when you have the virtual? This is going to be a Metalsmiths Guild, Company of Tin. Of course, Diamond founds the things that matters. Everybody's constructing things. It's kind of funny. Let's give the main squad a break. So that they can go do other things for a little bit. Help out with crafting and whatnot. They're just gonna run around storing owned items, putting all their stuff away. I like toothpicks to keep my fingers busy. The problem that I have with like fidget devices is I tend to lose them. So I feel real bad. Like my ex bought me 3 fidget spinners and they were fine, but I lost them, every single one of them. So since losing a bunch of that stuff, it's like, well, I kind of feel bad because I feel like I'm just like leaving random plastic everywhere that's just gonna end up in a landfill eventually, even if I don't lose it. So instead of doing that, I you know, just use toothpicks. You don't want to order one online? Yeah, I like toothpicks. I fiddle with toothpicks because I don't care if I lose them. All right. Your original fidget cube was stolen from your car. Man, that's such a... All the things you could steal. Fucking a fidget cube, eh? I love how we're still just like milking animals. How much cheese am I at, actually? Damn, we've got a non-trivial amount of cheese. Look at all this. It's a good amount of cheese. Although I'm not sure how we got the giant 2-humped camel cheese and the giant kangaroo cheese. Must have come from traders, but... The other thing I'm going to do with that is I'm going to go to kitchen menu. You can cook rock nuts, cave wheat seeds, and dimple cup spawn. Please don't cook any drinks. I'm just gonna start cooking meals. Do 250. And then you're rendering fat immediately, and then we're preparing lavish meals. Kind of curious about what they're going to grab. Might as well tell them to not cook plump helmets as well. Like, it's not something that's necessary, but... might not necessarily be a bad idea. Let's just go over here. Got fire clay. Fire clay, except for on the end of there. Build along here. Let's get this all sealed. I was gonna say, Diamond is always shitposting. If Diamond is posting, it's probably shitposting. When is Diamond not shitposting? Like... swapping every X amount of what I type is just a shitpost. I mean... at least I know you pretty well, Diamond. I love how the value of this went down. I think that my broker has lost some skill. Who am I? What am I shitposting? I mean, probably. All right, so this is just going to be for prepared meals. Literally just prepared meals. Yeah, I think I'm going to disable cooking plump helmets, not because I'm going to run out of plump helmets, but purely because I just want them to use other things. Like, that's my actual issue. I want them to use other things so that we get more interesting meals. Instead of just, oh, look, it's another plump helmet meal. Let's make one that looks completely different. You might do that on your next one? I mean, it wouldn't be much of a challenge. Like, there's tons of food sources. It's more of a, like, not using plump helmets just forces you to have some food variety. That's all it really does. Because food is very readily available. Like, this is llama heart roast. It's minced donkey tallow, minced prickleberry, minced prepared llama intestines, and minced prepared llama heart. Llamas hate it. Or love it, depending on who you ask. Why is there blood on the ground? Oh, it's wild boar blood, that's fine. Also getting those stoneware pots put away. We've got barley growing here. I'm going to make not another, couple of places for us to farm. So I'm going to fill this in just with wood because I need to get rid of this red bean vine. Another artifact, claimed a metalsmith forge. And they've grabbed iron bars and are working furiously. Any bets on what this metalsmith makes? Cybrick. Be really nice if they made just like a sword out of iron. That would actually be kind of rad. Could give it to the captain of the guard. Flask. A lot of people have been saying flasks recently. Is there like some sort of flask agenda going on? Mini forge, gotcha. Well, it goes off of their best skill, and they're proficient in all the metalworking skills. So technically, they are all their primary. Nope. Close enough, though. Cybrek the Metalsmith has created Mirthasolthon, an iron helm, and claims it is a family heirloom. Not a sword, but we'll take iron. This is an iron helm. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of Uspu, Anguish Menace the Goblin, and Athi, Sunken Periwinkle the Marsh Titan. The Marsh Titan is striking down Anguish Menace. The artwork relates to the killing of the Goblin, Anguish Menace, by the Marsh Titan, Athiki, Rain Tuft, the Sunken Periwinkle in the greatest swamps in 30. That's funny. All right, well, let's put that in here and hope that it increases the value. Helm is pretty good, better than a gauntlet. Yeah, it's better than a single gauntlet. Doesn't increase the value. Good timing, game. Good timing.
Curse you, autosave.
The worst timing for autosave, yeah. I mean, I like autosave. Autosave saves the fort, quite literally. But man, every now and again it pops up and it's like, well. Xbox and Starfield fans are about to pretend they love Imagine Dragons. Nope. Although what's kind of funny is I literally just looked at my team Discord and everybody's like, I love Imagine Dragons. Really? Let's not Imagine Dragons. Sale is a completely different musical artist. Completely unrelated, too. There you go. No, Sale is AWOL Nation. No, like they have a couple of good songs, but generally I think that they're more just annoying than anything. I really like Sale, but I ironically like Sale, if that makes any sense. Like, I acknowledge that song is bad, and I enjoy it. Just because the memes that go along with that song and, like, the general humor around it is pretty freaking good. They sound so similar. Sure, but, like, Sale and AWOL Nation That song came out in 09. The first Imagine Dragons song was quite a bit after that. So one is quite a bit older. Actually, no, that's not how I wanted to do this. But I won't deny that they do sound kind of similar. What's on sale? Nothing. Well, actually, probably something. Go check Steam. Nope. I don't generally seek out covers of anything because I don't generally like covers. With a few rare exceptions, I have to like both the artist that wrote the original song and also the song that's being covered and also the song that the artist that's covering said song for me to even like consider listening to a cover. Like as an example, I really like Third Eye Blind's cover of Funeral Singers. Because I like the original song and I like the cover and I like the band. So... But Jumbach, hello. Good to see you. Good day. Like, for years, people kept linking these really, 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 really bad Iron Maiden covers at me, and they're just like, hey, it's amazing! I'm like, okay, so they added an EDM beat to the background and then sang the vocals poorly. Cool. It's like, why would you ruin a perfectly good song? There's this one person who was just, I guess, obsessed with this one, like, synth producer. It's like, okay, awesome, but, like, why are you sending me links to bad versions of Iron Maiden songs? I like synth music. It's great. But, like, quit it with that shit. Fuck off. Or it's just like, how to make me really hate you as a band immediately is cover a song I don't like at a show. It's like Dance with the Dead. Why are you covering Master of Puppets? And One. It's like, sure, but I would rather never see you again now, thanks. Unfortunately, I have to see Dance with the Dead again at a different show that I'm going to, but I'll tolerate. That name doesn't sound familiar, Brune. I don't like any bardcore I've heard, and I've heard quite a bit of bardcore. It's like, oh, cool, it's bad EDM, awesome. There's only so much you can do with that kind of style, I guess, if you want to even call it that. It's kind of already been done. It's snowing. No, but it's very cookie cutter copy paste, which I don't like. As an example, I feel the same way about electro swing. It's very cookie cutter copy paste. Not a fan. I know too much about how music structure works to be able to enjoy listening to the same song and the same structure, song and song again. It's why bands like Nickelback are considered bad. Are they actually bad? No, they're fine. They just write the same song again and 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 that's no fun. I mean, okay, when it comes to like medieval music, there's a bunch of artists out there that have like electric hurdy-gurdy. That I'm into. But they're not doing shit covers of like restylized music. Have I heard of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard? No, please do tell me about King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Is it possible to exist in the current year and not have heard of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard? I mean, even Electric Callboy falls into that trap a little bit of just kind of writing the same thing over and over. But the difference with them is they're like a comedy group. It's like if you write comedic music, you can kind of get away with a lot more. Like if you're taking the piss, you can. There's a lot more sins you can commit. They release 5 albums a year. Sure. Yes. Oh wait, you didn't realize that was sarcasm. Okay, so I own like 8 King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard albums. For reference. And also, one thing I will say about King Gizzard is, yeah, they release like 8 albums a year. 9 of them are trash. Wait, no. 3 of them are trash. 2 of them are okay. 1 of them is great. And then 1 of them just kind of eh. Like, yeah, the difference between like most bands and then King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard is most bands and most performing artists write a lot of music and release none of it and wait until they have a bunch of stuff that's really, really good. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, them and that whole group all write a lot of music. My Whore American Mouth? American? Wow. You hurts. I'm Canadian. You fucking cunt. Christ almighty. The fuck is wrong with you? Fuck out of my chat if you think I'm American. God damn it. If you're Australian, that's like being called a fucking Kiwi. Fuck off. No. Here's the thing. It gets you. It doesn't get me. You ain't funny. All right, Salty, if you want to join him. Who else has fallen? I can do this all day. I don't care. Call me American. Fucking twat. Nothing of value, Biotomy. How you doing today, dude? Alright. Now that there's a pile of bodies on the floor, you guys want to continue insulting my country? We can do that. I can do this all day. System of a Down can be fantastic, but they have a few like songs I'm not super fond of. But generally, they're pretty fantastic. I would really like to get myself a copy of Steal This Album in regards to System of a Down. That's probably my favorite. I love how people always think that they're being genuinely hysterical when they're saying stuff like that, but it's just like, if you lived in Canada, you'd be on my side. And whenever Canadians are in the discussion, it's like, yeah, nope, fuck them. Just fuck them. Nah, I'd rather not ruin a song I like. Thanks, though. You know, for a solid couple minutes there, I was very keen to talk about how much I love Australian psych rock, but frankly, if you don't have any respect for my country, then I don't want to talk to you. Okay, what's the value of this at? 3 or 1 of 6,000. I wonder if they ever actually made these, because I need to place these. Well, they didn't. Queued them up, though. Am I out of bold? I might just be out of boulders. Yep. We're out of boulders. Like, people make, you know, I don't care if it's a joke. Because for every one person who's saying it as a joke, there are people who are dead serious. And I've encountered those people. And frankly, I don't actually give a shit if you're making a joke about my country being a different country. Like, sure, you can do that. I don't tolerate that kind of humor. And I will give you one chance. And if you back up your joke, then I will time you out. And if you don't like it, that's fine. I respect other people's countries and their wishes. You can offer me the same level of respect. Sure. I'm not really trying to teach anybody a lesson, genuinely. It's mostly just I don't have time or the brain cells left to attempt to teach people. So, why does it look like a tractor? I don't know. This is just me mining out stones. Potentially looking for more stuff. Me dogpile on... Oh, you're talking about Ohio, not what I'm digging out. I was about to say, this doesn't really look like a tractor. I don't know anything about Ohio, to be honest with you. Sounds like the part of town I grew up in where, like, most of its inhabitants was cattle. It's like cows and sheep and chickens was the majority of where I grew up. Check out our museums. Ouch. Yeah, I don't know. Whenever it comes to the argument of Canada's in North America, I would like to remind you, so is Mexico. Good luck telling somebody from Mexico that. Nobody from Canada refers to themselves as an American. It's just not how these places work. Well, then you're a bad person, Kyra Asylum. Proportion of astronauts of all states. Maybe they just have very clear skies. It's like Ohio doesn't have the biggest population and a lot of farmland. So thus you would have not a lot of light pollution. And burn a lot of coal? True. I mean, yeah, I know very little, but... It's getting experience flying? What, like crop dusters? there's a... Yeah, that's fair, Kyra Asylum, but you're discounting the existence of my country. So I don't appreciate the insult to my country, right? So, no, I don't appreciate that either. Basically, this is a very negative cycle of anger right? And this is a very shitty spot for us to be in. So can we all just agree that you do not call Canadians American, period, in any situation ever, and move on? It's up to you, really. Bunch of people in chat did. So. Doesn't even taste good. That is true. It certainly doesn't smell good. Only you get to call America stupid? That's a fair call. I've spent my entire life being told by people next door that my country doesn't exist. I'll visit you in the hospital. That's nice of you to visit them in the hospital. Boy. Chat today is depressing. All right, so let's go around the edge of this, and we're gonna moat this area up too. I think it looks lovely. Stone. I think it looks lovely. It's a bit slow to build with. It's a heavy material. But I do think the aesthetic is working. There's a Mexican restaurant pretty close to here that'll make spicy hot chocolate with chilies, which is real fucking good. I'd never trust myself to make it on my own, though. I feel like I would just, like, overdo it. Although in regards to spicy things, I actually have to blend my hot sauce because I made my own hot sauce over the week, which is currently still pickling, well, fermenting, technically. Sitting in my pickling jars, so I keep thinking pickling when I look at it. Hot chocolate with cream? Yeah, it's that color. You're a bit of a pepper fanatic? Yeah, that's fair. Me too. But if I'm gonna have something like that, I want it to be authentic. I once had a ghost pepper stout, like a dark beer, which was pretty good. I mean, I don't generally forgive people when they call me American and then double down. Like, it's genuinely something that Like, if you want, like, here's a way of just, like, pissing me off and making me dislike you for all eternity, is calling me my neighbors and then doubling down. It's not only insulting, it's belittling, and it's also just the fastest way to get permanently removed from my chat, regardless of how long you've been subbed or how much I like you. It's disgusting and I hate it. And as far as King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard goes, they're pretty good when they hit. But they miss quite frequently for me. I've seen them live twice. Fun band. Psychedelic Porn Crumpets are better, but like when we're talking Australian music, I'd also rather go see the Murlocs, frankly. But they're pretty good. But don't ever insult my country again. That's all. Really. Use cinnamon in bark form chocolate as opposed to powder. You mean like when you're making because the only thing I use cinnamon bark for is making apple cider in a pot with like fresh pressed apple juice and then cinnamon sticks or cinnamon bark. But yeah, no, I would imagine a stick of cinnamon would be for like a pot. You'd have to break it down, most likely. But I could be wrong. We're gonna build around this tree.
Gotta bounce for the evening. Try and enjoy PAX as much as you can.
I will. I mean, PAX is a lot of fucking work, and it's exhausting, so... Here's hoping I don't get sick. I'll do my best. Use 2 sticks for about 1 liter to 1.5 liter of milk. Yeah, no, you'd need a lot. I don't, you know, it's funny. Out of all of the imperial measurements, ounces are one that I do not understand at all. It's like most of them I can like convert in my head pretty easily. Ounces, I need a calculator. Although fortunately I have a scale that automatically converts to ounces, so that makes it quite easy. Yeah, I mean, have you ever tried to like put cinnamon down the sink? Like trying to water a cabbage. Nope. I have no idea what a stone is. Stone. Like, genuinely, I would need a calculator. If you asked me to convert something to stone, I wouldn't be able to do it. And you only know that because of weed. Yeah, that's fair. What? Oh no, it finally happened. Oh shit.
Bring out your dead!
Trying to figure out how I can drain this. Yeah, it's something like that. 40 pounds to a stone. Yeah, I might have to use a screw pump. Don't particularly want to do this, but... don't really have much of an option. Also, I think 2 of them actually drowned. Because my population went down by 2. I guess what we'll do, because I was going to start digging this out anyway. We'll pump it into what will be this moat. Heyo, Rolf. How's things? First time you realize that you use the measurement of stone while also going by stone. Maybe the most British thing you do. I seem to recall that interaction, yeah. Vaguely. And also, Jumbuck, if you are still here, no hard feelings, by the way. Just for clarity's sake. Just don't ever do that again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to dig a connection all the way down to there. It's going to get a little wall around it. We're just going to pump all of this water out of here. Spitz has been missing for a week. Uh-oh. Somebody else drowned. Where did you drown? It's got to be in one of these ponds somewhere. Certainly not there. It's also somewhere that hasn't been noticed yet. Curious. It would have to be on this side, I would think. We're building a surface tower all the way to the top, and it's an untamed wilds biome. So far, it hasn't been too bad, though. I mean, we've had agitated ravens, but nothing giant just yet. We did have agitated, or not agitated, but giant tree frogs show up, so I'm hoping those come back. Because I think that would be a bunch of fun. And are we still... Yep, we are still making cheese. How much cheese do I have currently? Decent enough amount. Here we have ale roast, giant cougar liver roast, cow cheese roast. This is the stuff we want to see. For cow cheese roast. The ingredients are minced hazelnuts, and minced cow's milk. Thinking this level is going to be the tavern. Thinking that's what we do. Is your dwarf still alive? The death count has been very low for this fort so far, so odds are pretty good. Yep. Currently making an enormous corkscrew. You're the fortress's manager. You're a little bit resentful because you got into an argument recently, and your lover, Spuzz, is in the river. We haven't found her yet. Whoops. We're gonna need to get your lover out of here, I think. And a dwarf withdraws from society. Let's see what they pick up. The stone crafter, so I'm assuming a mason shop. Although they could want a craft store shop. They probably want a craft store shop. They deconstructed that a while ago. What is this? Lettuce seeds. Look at that. Getting little lettuces. Go back to milking animals. Continue making more cheese. There you go. It's been claimed by this stone crafter who's already zipped off to gosh darn it knows where. Right, Kalu, hello. Good day. It's stacked leather cut gems. Well, that's something I've done none of, is cutting gems, so. Go down to here. Make a single jeweler shop. I'm gonna cut a gem, maybe two. And Scoops requested that they do the gem cutting. Assuming I can find Scoops. Must be your gold hoarding RPG brain. Did you ever play the game Unepic? Unepic. U-N-Epic. Because this is kind of spoilers for Unepic, but in the very first room of Unepic, it's like a 2D platformer dungeon crawling RPG thing set in a like D&D campaign that's too real, basically. It's basically a guy trapped in his own D&D campaign. Anyway, there's a ghost in the tutorial that's just like, do not pick up the gold. You will die. Anyway, you pick up the gold and surprise, you die. Anyway, it's party time. It's a very socks and shoes party. This is true, Alright, Kalu, thank you very much for the 5th month of the Prime. Pretty good little party. Although I think that because these dwarves are partying, we owe them a better tavern. Frankly, I think we very much owe them a better tavern. Yeah, look at those dwarves just like spinning in circles and dancing. It's all the best dance moves, even. Thought I made more statues. I'm gonna launch a new fort and try dwarfs in Steam Deck. Best of luck. Hopefully it goes well. In other news, what the heck? Why do I have so? Okay, you know what? I need to add some more dwarves to mining. Maybe not Telenartho. And I need to jump over to work orders and make iron picks. Just 10 is fine. Got plenty of charcoal. Also plenty of ash. I think the issue here is I just need more miners. Where the spacebar is accessible through the Steam Deck menu, so that's interesting. Yeah, I feel like to play Dwarf Fortress on Steam Deck, you very much would need a custom controller layout, but... Make 70 of each of these. Also, are they still digging down here? I guess that makes sense. That would also make sense as to why they're not back up yet, is because they're still mining down here. And even with a custom layout, it's rough. Just plug a keyboard in. Also, hey, Caledon K. Looks like the bot's being good to you today. Oh, is it giving you plenty of wins? Yeah, it looks like. Yeah, you did get the win. Same as Sindari and Telenartho and Stone. Going to go pick up equipment. Is this a pickaxe? Nope, just clothing. There you go, you have a pickaxe. And clothing. I love how you're currently wearing 2 pairs of pants. Dwarf, I have several questions about how you are currently wearing 2 pairs of pants. I mean, you are going to go store-owned items, so maybe you're removing one of the 3 pairs of pants? Oh no, you took off all of your clothes. Ah, we may have somebody who's very, very, very greedy. He dreams of mastering a skill. He isn't particularly ambitious and generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future. He isn't quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Hi, Cod, are you still naked? Oh, I see. You're joining the military. Dwarf seems to be stuck in an infinite loop of... Oh, I see what I did. Okay, so I put somebody who's in the military into mining. So the result is they go put on a full set of clothes, grab a pick, and then, like, put on their armor, and then take the armor off and go grab the pick, because, like, they're... Yeah. Makes sense. Oh, hey, we found Spritz dead. Also, apparently I have no booze. Well, that's a problem. Fortunately, it's a problem that's not too hard to fix. Whoopsie daisy. I mean, it explains why the dwarf is like constantly removing and adding their clothes back on, but... The better question... Oh, I also know why they're not doing this. There's no bridge to this side of the river. That's not helping. I had one, and then I removed it. Like some kind of smart person. Yes, Spritz, you are dead. And your spouse is sad about it. Who is our manager, who's also telling Artho. So it's kind of a shame that unfortunately you didn't make it. Plum tree. Ooh. Interesting. Let's gather stuff from the plum tree. So yeah, I'm very sorry that we unfortunately lost you. I hear a cat meowing. Well done. Neighbor's kitty outside is being loud. Am I the only person who's just like... Peach trees. Immediately starts thinking about Judge Dredd? Or is there any more of you out there? Because it's impossible for me to hear the word peach tree without immediately thinking, ah yes, Judge Dredd. You still need more cut gems from the looks of things. Unless you need something else. What else do you need? Stacked leather quarry, K. Okay, it's good. You need another cut gem. Ah, but there's one right there. It can't be that. Stack leather, cut gems, forest, stack leather, quarry, cut gems, stack leather. I'm out of leather, is the issue. Time to get some dog leather. I don't need as many bulls. Somebody outside sounds like they are smoking too much. Because someone outside is currently coughing up a lung. It's an unpleasant sound to hear at a distance. Reminds me of Atlanta City where 2/3 of the roads are peach tree something or another. Really? I've never been to Atlanta. That would be you, sorry. Okay. It's just like when someone just starts coughing. Phlegm. It's like, ah. The pleasant sound of someone who's chain smoking. So you're going to come over here and tan a hide. Accepting being caught in the rain and mulling... Okay, what did being caught in the rain make you think? Is accepting being caught in the rain and learn to value nature. That actually makes logical sense. Look at you, Arab. All your personal growth. Am I still making leather shoes? Looks like it. So we're going to pause that. There you go. You got dog leather. Still needs more. Let's follow you. Oh, God. Yeah, that's maybe the worst time. I think the worst... Well, maybe not the worst. I've had some pretty bad crashes in my day, so... and lost, like, years worth of progress. There we go. They've got everything they need, so craft store shop. I need to sneeze. Fortunately, I was able to get it muted in time. PS1 and GBA catalogs are absolutely insane what some of the quality was out of this planet for the time. Yeah, but like... yes and no. Because, well, on one hand, GBA and PS1 had a lot of bangers. There was also a lot of really, 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 really bad games on those platforms. So, while I agree, I also kind of don't. It's like, yeah, like on the top end, certainly. Like when those particular, like, you know, for every, I don't know, for every Fire Emblem you had on the Game Boy, or every Advanced Wars, you also had like a Star Wars Episode 2, the video game. Also, you guys are probably stuck in ads now, so... Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Jetpack Tuxedo. It's like, I mean, I grew up playing a lot of Game Boy Advance games, and also a lot of Game Boy Color games on my Game Boy Advance, SP specifically. And all of the games I got were used because by the time I was buying those games, they'd already moved on. Like DS was like the thing that was just coming out when I got my I got my Game Boy Advance SP maybe 2 months before the DS came out, and I played a lot of games on that, and they were all like, sifting through the shovelware was no easy feat, shall we say. So it's like, you know, actually, here's another good example of that. Jeff Gerstmann, longtime video game critic and reviewer, some people love him, some people hate him, is currently doing a thing where he's playing every single game in the, he's doing a first impression of every single game in the Nintendo Entertainment System, the NES, game catalog, and also the Super Famicom. So he's playing every single one of those games for at least 20 minutes and ranking them. Okay? That's called Elf's World, really? That's kind of awesome. I like those weird bootleg games. But anyway, so he's every, not every game, just the licensed games. So all of the officially released games, including Japan exclusives and Europe exclusives. He's just doing it through an emulator, right? Like he's doing it with a Mister or whatever, just ROMs. But he's playing every single one of those games, and he's ranking them. And like, there's a lot of games that he's already played where it's just like, I mean, you could disagree with his opinions, but he's like, this is like genuinely a terrible game on a lot of them. And it's kind of an interesting list to watch appear, because it's like, yeah, everybody thinks about the good ones. You know, everybody thinks about Contra, right? But they forget about like the 30 games that were like barely completable, you know? We just need to get this done. Or some wild unlicensed NES games once the lock chip got broken. No, totally. Arab the Stonecrafter has created a hematite ring and offers it to the Sky of Rims. Hematite ring, hey? This is a hematite ring. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with peachwood and encircled with bands of oval hematite cabochons and marquise-cut pyrites and dog leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of leather and menaces with spikes of milk quartz. Seems nice. Can totally go into the temple. One ring to dwarf them all. Also, I don't understand why the value of this temple keeps going down. Got a neat idea for aesthetics. You know what? Let's just do it on this side. Balconies? Yes. Thinking a balcony with windmill. Like go around tree. I don't know. I think the appraiser is getting worse. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with it, but it's bothering me. Because the numbers are going down. Eco-conscious dwarves? I mean, I'm just protecting this one tree because it's in the middle of my fortress, and it's kind of becoming like the mascot of the fort or something. Great clay market crash. I mean, I haven't been selling clay, so... Super 3D Noah's Ark. So you know what's hysterical about Super 3D Noah's Ark? Is that used to be in the... So my parents used to make me go to church when I was little. Even my parents don't actively go to church now. But growing up, we went to church. And they had a collection of DVDs, VHSs, and games. And that was in there. We never once borrowed it because nobody had NESs anymore, but... I had a lot of VeggieTales and such. I wonder if I could just have water wheels hanging off the end here. You think that would look cool, chat? Having water wheels hanging off the edge of this? Even though there's no actual purpose to it? I think we're going to try this. See how it looks. Veggie's Tales still exists, although every time VeggieTales ends up in the news these days, it just kind of makes me retroactively dislike VeggieTales more. Because I did quite like it when I was a little kid, but oof, some of the things those creators have said now. Kids these days watch Killer Bean. You know, they're finally actually making a Killer Bean game after making fake trailers out of Killer Bean for 1 billion years. Hi, new here. I'm blind. Evening, Finian. What's the dots for? My mom does that sometimes when she's texting me. She'll just be like, okay, ... It's like, what did I do wrong? When people put 3 dots, it's like, awkward entrance. Must be a siege weapon. Let's go back in before we find out. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Very boomer coded texting. Totally, yeah. It's not a dramatic pause. It's an, what did I do wrong? What's the material of these floors? Fire clay. This forest is an airship made of clay. Ew. It's a pretty cool idea, actually. But yeah, the walls and the floors and the stairs in this area are all made of fire clay. Also, I may have to start eating the cows soon. It seems like Todd Coward is having too many children. Which is not a sentence I thought I would say today, but here we are. I don't really want to gild Todd Coward, because that would just be mean. But maybe we should. No meat is beerable. The only beerable items are plants. Yeah, no, they don't. Cows aren't sweet enough to ferment. That's how I'm reading that. Well, I mean, beets are a thing. I've had beet beer and beet wine and beet mead. The last beet mead I had was like legit pink. It was very, very, very pink. Which is a great color for a mead, by the way.
Crypt Nodders.
What's up, Hashpipe? Thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back, mate. Actually, did I make these out of the wrong material? I think I did. I want these all to be made out of fire clay. Except I'm going to need to not put anything right there. Your tutorial fortress is still going, mostly thanks to your videos, even though I low-key want it to fail so you can restart. Orchestrate a failure. I did that with my last fort. If you want to restart, then just, like, do one of 2 things. Either retire it into the world and then go build a new fortress in the same world, and then you'll get to watch the AI take over, which is pretty cool. Or alternatively, just orchestrate some sort of failure. Set it up for failure. That's a lot of the fun of Dwarf Fortress, is setting it up for failure. I don't know what material they're using for this, so I'm just going to speed this up with smaller width and more accessible material. I also don't know if that would even work, because I've never tried it. Jetpack tuxedo. I've had people ask me many times, it's like, would that work? It's like, I don't actually know. Like, genuinely, I do not know. Might as well move the tavern up here. Thinking we make this into a dining hall. But it needs tables first. And also must be inside. Besides, I don't actually think I have any tables or chairs. No, we're making rock cabinets and coffers right now. So let's make rock table and rock throne. Actually, I kind of want to make... You know what? I'm going to do this just for visual variety. Wooden table. And wooden throne. Chair. I always forget that they're called chairs. 50. 50. We're going to use Willow and Peach. Gasp. I know, right? I just want some aesthetic variety in this fort. That's it. Kel has created a pyrite mini forge and offers it to the Sky of Rims. This is a pyrite mini forge. All craft worship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of pyrite, and the children love it. Yep, this fort is all above ground. I think this could also be another, what's the word? This could also be made into another dining hall or some sort of office. I was gonna say, dwarves don't get sheets. Beds are literally just made out of wood. It always kind of bothered me that beds don't get sheets. Hey look, green tree frog. Door hinges available for courtesy. Hinges available. Just pick up door, move door to the left. So, Silvery Tummy. We are sticking with that name, because that name's pretty good. But we are moving all of these siltstone tables up. We attracted no migrants this season, which is a bit of a shame, but that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I've always wanted there to be like 2 tiers of beds, like normal beds and then fancy beds or something, or like lavish beds to like use the Dwarf Fortress terms. And the nicer beds would be like would require cloth. Always thought that would be a neat thing. But it's just not really what Dwarf Fortress does right now. All right, so over here, I make a combo stockpile. I'm gonna go all the way down to here. And all the way over to here. And this is going to be for prepared meals and drinks. And also mead, but we don't have any mead. And another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to the caverns. We're going to start planting down here. Oh, you mean like when you say add to things, it would be like you make beds and then you add sheets to the beds before they're constructed, similar to like you have a piece of furniture and then you add, like, you encrust it with gems after the fact. So you could like add stuff to the bed after the fact. That could work. I could see how that could work. All right, so now I need to make this into a garbage dump. And I'm going to go into... corpses. Don't want to dump any of my dwarves' corpses, just the unrelated ones. Doesn't sound... I don't like the term encrust in reference to a bed, just in general, just kind of as a personal thing. I don't ever want to hear somebody referencing, I'm encrusting a bed. That's all. I'm not going to elaborate on that statement at all. I just needed to say that that's a bad term when referencing things related to beds. Everything about that is bad. Wash your sheets, kids. A moist encrustment. See, moist, it doesn't bother me. That's fine. But don't encrust your bed. Rooms. Sure. We're gonna need a cleanup in room 3. It's like, ah, yes, encrusted beds, just like that 1-star hotel I stayed in once. Truly smells like Motel 6 in here. All right, so this whole thing's ready to go, meaning I can just turn this pump on. Which is going to drain this out pretty quick, and then we'll be able to get this body out of here. Like they already did. Fortunately, this side is still pretty shallow. Mildew and ashtrays? Pretty much. Didn't realize they could actually chop trees down from a layer below like that. Well, I guess you learn something every day. Incrustables, the new product brought to you by seedy motels in your area. The new product that nobody wanted, brought to you by seedy hotels in your area. Fortunately, most of those seedy hotels are closing here because they're all going out of business thanks to Airbnb. And honestly, I'm not sure which one's worse. Seedy hotels or Airbnb. So I'm gonna fill this pond in with flooring, and we're just gonna kind of hope that it doesn't get filled up again, and if it doesn't, then I can use it for other fun things. So outside, for those of you industrial fans in the chat, all one of you, there's a bunch of construction going on. And so all I can hear from coming from outside is just doom, 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 which is them putting pillars in for a building, using one of those big cranes with the big old, like, metal thing that go up and then go down really quickly, and it go thunk, and then the thing go down. Very well described. You can tell I'm a professional in this kind of industry. Anyway, it's driving me nuts. Can't wait for it to stop. I wish it would stop. It's very, very, very annoying. KMFDM? Yep. That's an album. That's industrial. No, I believe you. It's called a pile driver. It's driving me nuts. Is what it's doing. Of all of the sounds I've had to listen to, it's one of the less tolerable ones. Oh, they're certainly cool machines. I'm not knocking the coolness factor. The sound it makes is rather annoying, though. Okay, so you're processing plants. After that, you're going to milk the animals again. You're still preparing lavish meals. I could just get rid of this stockpile. We can just transport stuff directly upstairs. You're making drink from plants. It's fine. It's a very, very good name for a fortress. Yes. Completely unrelated to other major video games. Very unique name. Quite frankly, I'm very proud of myself for coming up with it all by myself. Speaking of being proud of things, when we discovered that you could name a fortress Starfield, PaxMac, we also discovered the difference, we also discovered that you could name a fortress RimWorld and Skyrim. So the faction for this group, or the local government, is called the Sky of Rims. Also a very unique original name. And we are making a lot of cheese wheels, and our primary food source is cheese wheels, produced by the great-grandfather bull, Todd Coward. What's the difference between a mech and a mecha? Robot and a powered suit? Isn't it literally just one is like a much more, like a mech is like a slow lumbering like tank that kind of look a human, whereas a mecha is usually a Japanese story about child soldiers and generally are much more limber. Mecha is like a type of anime, generally. He was originally named Todd Howard, but then I thought of the pun and I couldn't resist. Also, Todd's gonna die soon because Todd's 9. I actually don't know how long cows live. It can't be that much longer. was gonna say, so mechs are powered by, so here's my theory. This could be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Mechs are powered by soldiers. Mechas are driven by children, soldiers. And usually are like made out of their mom or something. Or maybe I'm just thinking too much about Evangelion. It's never an Actually, chat, I have a question. You know the fantastic hit film, why am I suddenly blanking on the name of this? Pacific Rim. Are those mechs or mecha? Because I actually don't know. So I'm asking. It's like half of Gundam. I've watched some Gundam, but not enough to say that I actually know anything about Gundam. You call them mechs? Pacific Rim 1 is actually... Pacific Rim 1 is like a legit good movie. I just watched it in the worst possible format for that movie. I made it halfway through the sequel. And then I went to bed and never finished it. You saw Pacific Rim twice? I'm trying to think of... I saw Kick-Ass twice. I think that's maybe the only movie I've seen multiple times in theaters of my own volition. I saw Avatar. James Cameron's Blue People fetishism Avatar. 3 times in theaters. Well, that's because my dad had this weird obsession with that movie, and he's like, we're going to go see that movie again. We're between humans who plot massive mechas. Okay, well, mechas. Well, there you go. Blue people, yes. To mechanical items such as vehicles, guns, etc. Mech is only referred to as big robots. Mechs can be mecha, but not all mecha are mechs. Oh boy. This got a lot more complicated way faster than I was expecting. I don't know. My favorite types of mechs are of the Battletech variety. I like the slow lumbering mechs. Yeah, true. How's the fortress going? Pretty good. It's a very above ground fort. We're building a tower which is aimed to have a library in it. We're training up some military to go steal books. I should probably start up some sort of paper industry pretty soon, just for the funsies, because I do have the ability to do that. Mechs are almost exclusively MechWarrior and Battletech. I don't know. I mean, like, maybe like the most well-known brand name for mechs is MechWarrior / Battletech. I think I should do the same thing with this side. Do you guys like this kind of look? Kind of these little dirt houses down underneath the upper floor? If you guys like that look, absolutely expand upon this. Transformers is a license thief? Sorry, that's just funny to me. I don't disagree with the statement, but that's funny. I learned that from the toys that made us, kind of. Yeah, this is a very organic looking little living space. Kind of been my goal. That time I didn't have the mute button. Ready? My bad. I don't even know what shows you guys are talking about at this point. I mean, transformers are the thing that like converts power to lower voltages so that they can be sent to houses. So I don't think you'd need a license plate for a transformer. Oh, you enjoyed the toys that made us. I get you. Yeah, no, that was one of the few good things that I found on Netflix. Ironically, I know one of the people who directed it because he was a YouTuber before they made that show. And they sold it to Netflix. I mean, okay, I'm just gonna pose a question here. Not the droid, as in the character, but the actual garbage bin was driven by a person. So R2-D2 in like the first, I think it's the first 3 movies, is literally like a trash bin with a little motor at the bottom and a dude sitting inside of it that spins the top and beeps and boops by pressing buttons and turns the lights on and off. Is that literally a mech? Because he is a mecha, because he is driving it around. There is a person in that. I know that garbage bin has feelings, but I'm trying to talk about the prop. I'm not talking about the character in the movie. I'm saying, is that a real life mech? Because there was a person in that driving that. It's like the little guy on the TV. It's a miniature mech. Oh no, R2-D2's an Irby. A walking trash bin. That's very funny. We're getting there. Bedrooms are all getting filled out. Just waiting for the surface. Ficod the Spear Dwarf, you need to get over here and clean your shit up. Set them all to no odors. Give them all the opportunity to go and dump their stuff. Put all their stuff away. The mech suits are the only good thing about the Matrix 3. That's how I feel about like James Cameron's Avatar with the blue people. I don't know why I always feel like I need to clarify with the blue people, but that's how I feel about that movie. Is like the best part about that movie is the part where the mech has a knife. It's like, why did the mech pull out a knife? What? Who designed that? Whose idea was that? Why does the mech have a knife? Am I supposed to take this movie seriously? I don't even fucking know anymore. They'd be for building and transport? Yeah, I could see that. Did I miss another artifact? Chat, you guys need to tell me if there's artifacts that I'm missing, because I'm clearly missing these. Manticore Alpha's gone insane. Because I very clearly missed an artifact. I may need to turn my volume up. Yeah, apparently. Also need to do another naming set pretty soon, so yeah, after trading at some point, once these bedrooms are done. I like how that's your response. Again? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. They indeed start off for construction and the productive process, but were later adapted to combat. I mean, yeah. Started off building walls around the city and then pivoted to throwing punches. Were they using those for because, like, the scenes with the cities and the walls, it's all scaffolding. Oh, boy. New guild halls. Farmers Guild. No, RoboCop's a cyborg. But there are mechs in RoboCop. Also, hey, Taylor. You have a good time at that haircut. Dual Parallel Trouble Adventure was a great ripoff. I want dumb robot anime. No, I can't generally handle serious anime, let alone dumb anime. Let's just keep asking for anvils. They want anvils. Well, balls. Okay, so I'm gonna do my favorite cheaty way of training my dwarf to trade. Not that this is particularly cheaty, but let's trade for a few things at a time. Gotta get the number green. Trade. You do it like this, then it trains faster. Trade. Unless they've changed this, but I kind of doubt that. All right, let's mark all. Wait for these gems. Steel toy hammer. And those iron anvils. And those. And those. All right, let's see. What does that do to the value? See, now it knows it. Look at that. Train the guy up and then boom, it fixes it. Who's going to become a new religious figure in the fort? I think Cade Ranos, who's a proficient comedian and a skilled negotiator and has an axe, is going to be the sacred cave, and Nodokasa is now the exalted iron. So yeah, I'm back to my original theory of they just get mad if the... Or they don't get mad, but they forget how to do the job if it doesn't get done for a while. They forget how to appraise things. Maybe it got old. I like how we're getting all of these, like, ginkgo seeds just, like, landing right here. That's kind of funny. I like making tower forts. These are fun. Gonna place catapults? Catapults are pretty terrible, but we could. Nothing really stopping me. No, this the first fort I did in this world was Baldur's Gate, or Boulder's Gate, not Baldur's Gate, and I couldn't actually tell you what year it was, but it was like 140 something. Then I did that fort for like 15 years, and now we're on this one, and I don't know what year this one started. I never look what year it starts, but it's never like a 0 year. The Leafy Whisker, that's a good name for a farmer's fort, for a farmer's place, thing, stuff. How's the value of this? Not quite there, but it's getting there. We just had another artifact start. Claimed a metalsmith's forge, and they need tanned hides, iron bars. Yeah, more tanned hides. Okay, so we need to slaughter some more cows. Not Todd Coward. Todd Coward is very special cow. Just these bulls. So am I still making leather shoes? Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, we can let them. The leather shoes. Todd's cheese just works. I mean, I like cheese. If you have cheese, that's fine. Shuddy's not a walking husk of a cow by now. I mean, he's 9 years old. How long do cows live, actually? Cow. They live 10 to 20 years. So Todd's got another 10 years left ahead of him. Pet value of 300. It's impossible for me to see the word rawhide without thinking about the Blues Brothers. You got yak leather. Oh, now you're working furiously. Perfect. Moo cow when searching for them on Google? Why do you have to specify that? What? Avuz the weaponsmith has created a large serrated iron disc and claims it as a family heirloom. Oh, it's just a rule. Okay, I understand. It's called Goodyrer. Goodyrer. This is a large serrated iron disc. Our craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of iron and yak leather. You have kids? Ah, okay, I got you. I understand. Actually, no, I don't, because I don't have kids. And kids terrify me. But I can see some of the logic there. When things are silly, it's probably because the person has kids. There you go. It's a disc on a pedestal. And this is going to be for cut gems. Well, I mean, the way I've always... Okay, hold on. Medieval... Whenever I hear of something menacing with spikes... Trying to see if I can actually find... what I'm thinking of in my head. Turns out it's not that easy. How about this? Whenever I think about something menacing with spikes, I think about something like this. Also, this is an AliExpress thing. I think about something like this. You know? It's like it's menacing with spikes. They don't necessarily need to be something that's actually going to stab you. But that's kind of a banner that's menacing with spikes. Victrola, thank you very much for the Prime subscription for a 3rd month. But it's a serrated disc? Sure, but it's a serrated disc with triangles on it. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for that continued Prime subscription for a 3rd month? It's good to have you back, mate. Hey, Deep Space. How's things, mate? It's always kind of whack when I get reposted by Kit Fox's account on a social media website formerly known as Twitter. Because suddenly I just start getting all of these notifications. Like, congratulations, this post is performing better than any others. It's like, well, yeah. It's got reposted by a... retweeted, as it used to be referred to as. By a significantly larger account than mine. Work from home today, so you're happy? Hell yeah. Really does suck how many people have been forced back to work when they don't want to. $3,700. Value's going up. Let's bring a... No, not hamsters. Let's... Okay, I don't have any warhammers. Let's just bring a spear. Up here? Yeah, no, me too. That's one of the most satisfying things about the game is just, oh, look, there they go. Okay, I don't need pillars, but I could put pillars. Oh, man. All of a sudden, I'm super tempted to make this entire tower supported by pillars and then orchestrate some sort of event where I have to cave in all the pillars. Well, that would be fun. Oh, I also never made these into bedrooms. Probably do that. Where beast infection sounds like a good candidate. Yeah, that would do it. Would also be a very sudden cave-in. I need to look at this in ASCII. I really like the way this forest looks in ASCII. A bunch of the military dwarves are kind of pissed. No, it's not fully walled off on the corners yet. This level, it's not walled off. Game is pretty, yeah. Pile driver's going again. Can almost feel it in the ground. Would I ever do CDDA like this? I don't enjoy playing CDDA. I've tried a couple times. I don't know what you mean by they, then, in that sentence. Is it like the developers of CDDA? I have no idea. I honestly have no idea what their goals are for the game, period. I don't talk about war crimes because I think making fun of war crimes is kind of gross. Genuinely, like, one of the reasons I stopped streaming RimWorld was because the audience got too obsessed and weird about war crimes, which pushed me away from the game pretty largely. No, it's fine. Well, I mean, I'm sorry I made you feel like a dickhead, but it's not really my intent. But I don't particularly like that part of the RimWorld fandom. Can I build flooring over top of you? Seems like I can. Let's just do that then. Are they walking up here? Yes. Okay, so they can walk along the branches, not along the leaves. That makes sense. But a way that I would refer to that as is like, what's the most maniacal trap I've made? I've made very many like strange collections of like ramps and walkways over top of lava. But if you actually like, if you do this, there's this lovely page in the Dwarf Fortress wiki called Ethics. We're also about to get hit by an ad, but this is the ethics page of the wiki, right? And based on the vanilla ethics of all of the starting civs. So if you actually like look at the dwarves' ethics versus like the humans or the elves, it's almost impossible for you to commit the kind of things that people meme about in the like RimWorld sense of things. Because things like torture for fun, torture of animals, torture for information, torture as example, all unthinkable. Like dwarves just don't do that, right? Killing plant is acceptable, killing animals is acceptable, and killing enemy is acceptable in self-defense, right? It's like killing neutral only if sanctioned, killing a member of same entity only under capital punishment, which would be like if they murdered somebody. And even then, only the king can do that. The player can't do that. Like, could I trap a dwarf intentionally somewhere and crush them? Sure. But that's not the dwarves, that's just me being an asshole. If you get a Hunter's Guild and calling it the Dark Brotherhood, that would be funny. Can I do that?
Crypt beer.
I don't actually know if Brotherhood is a word. Queuing Green Tea, thanks for the 8th month. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Hope you've been all right. I'm just waiting for ads to end. Game's paused. But yeah, when it comes to RimWorld, I'm not a huge fan of those jokes. Which, you know, probably has lost me a lot of money over the years. But at the same time, I'd rather lose money and, you know, feel okay about the games I'm promoting. Because nobles say so. That's not torturing for fun. That's punishment for a perfectly legitimate crime. Those are two different things. Petty crime, but still perfectly legitimate crime. We're not debating the legitimacy of dwarven... What's the word I'm looking for here? We're not discussing the legitimacy of law enforcement in dwarven culture. That's not what we're discussing here. Not in the slightest. Humans are fucking horrible. You know, it's really funny, right? Like, if you look at the ethics page on the wiki, dwarves are, like, pretty much lawful good? Maybe lawful neutral? Elves are, like, kind of neutral chaotic. Humans are just fucking evil. Goblins are libertarians, and kobolds are hysterical. Like, I love the fact that because kobolds don't understand language, really, they don't know what the concept of lying is, so it's just not applicable. I kind of love it. It's just like, lying isn't applicable because they don't understand the concept. Kobolds, mostly just kind of idiots. I mean, like, if you want to just talk about crimes that I've committed, I did dump the vast majority of the barons, counts, dukes, and duchesses, and multiple kings and queens into my moat in the last fort. I did do that. That's a crime. But I was being evil, so I don't know. I wouldn't meme about it being a war crime, though. With 150-day prison sentences because of that, really? Whew. That's pretty brutal. Did they have an accident? Oh no, it was very much intentional. It was absolutely intentional. I'm not gonna say anything otherwise because I'd be lying. Long live the king. The aristocracy of that civilization breathed a sigh of relief when they heard of the end of Baldur's Gate, yeah. I love how initially I was very good at saying Baldur's Gate, and now that we're like one day removed, I'm already starting to fuck it up and say Baldur's Gate. That's funny. I think mainly all it is I don't like in video games, especially roleplay heavy video games, it's kind of like, oh, you know, when somebody is intoxicated, they say what they're honestly thinking and not like some filtered version of that. I think when you give people a degree of anonymity or a degree of disconnect, they are more honest. And so when you have somebody who's just like stating objectively horrible things, and then saying, oh, it's just a video game, it's like, cool. So you're using this degree of anonymity and this degree of abstraction to say some pretty fucking horrible shit. So is that you being honest about who you actually are? Or do you just have some, like, self-examination that you really need to do?
Thanks to @Ralph015 for my sub gift.
Also, Cooler just made me a
1
thing that
year,
I need to
people
show
should
you
buy
guys.
more merch, so Blind puts up more merch. Also, banana.
Thanks, Cooler. Cooler has done the vast majority of the art for this channel. So thank you, Cooler. And thank you very much for Rolf for gifting you, I think, a 6-month sub gift, which means it's probably about to run out after this month. But hi, Cooler. It's good to see you. Isn't that the role of role-playing? It depends, right? Like, if somebody says something horrible and you're like, whoa, dude, calm down, and then they get super aggro with you, no, then you're taking it too far. If someone says something horrible and you're like, that's kind of sketch, and they go, oh, sorry, my bad. It really depends on the response of the person, right? Right? So a lot of the time, I think people use that as a defense to say horrible shit. And that's where I get uncomfortable, especially when it comes to video games. It's like, ever played a video game called Hell Let Loose? Hell Let Loose is a very fun video game about fighting in World War I? No, II. World War II. And running around with historically accurate-ish weaponry and shooting at people. And it's a good time. However, when you're playing on the German side, there are some really fucking horrible things said on the voice chat, like, kind of constantly. And one of the best orders I ever got from a commander, because that game has commanders that give orders to the soldiers, and it's a neat game, was if you hear anybody spouting actual propaganda promoting Nazis, shoot them. I don't care if we lose. Which is real fun. So you're just, like, crawling along the ground, and then some asshat runs by saying some anti-Semitic bullshit, and you're just like, bop, got him. Keep going. Friendly fire. It was pretty fucking fun. But, like, and then it's just like report him up the chain. It's like, why was there a friendly fire call? He was saying some dumb shit. Okay, vote kick him. Bam, get him off the server. It was fucking fun. I only ever played for the free weekend, but it was fun. So, you know, it kind of can bring out the worst in people at times. Also, I got something to show you guys that I'm working on that Cooler just sent me a preview of. So I want to know your guys' opinions. Would you click on this thumbnail? Because that is what I'm going to work on when I get back from PAX. You clicked on it just now? Well, I mean, it's not going to do anything right now. Might, like, full screen the Twitch site. Boat murder is quite well known. Something Awful. I got into Something Awful after that was over, but I do remember reading through it on the forums a bajillion years ago. Wouldn't including murder make the algorithm pissy? Man. If it does, then that sucks to be me, I suppose. I already used the word dwarf, which I'm also pretty sure makes the algorithm pissy. So Your brother was pointed at a 2-hour video on the Hunchback. Okay, the mech. Gotcha. My brain was going Hunchback of Notre Dame. Battletech has some fun lore stuff. As far as I'm concerned, YouTube hates me. So, at least my videos occasionally do well. There was a period of time there where I was pretty consistently getting thrown into the algorithm, and every other video I would upload would just get like 10. This was like before Dwarf Fortress launched even. Every other video I would upload would just randomly get like 5 to 10,000 views out of nowhere in like an hour and a half, and it was all from recommendeds, and that's never happened again, so. It's becoming winter, meaning we can almost dig into this now. Also, we've got all of the... Snatcher? Protect the children? Really now? That's slightly terrifying. Got him! Not very wise, are you, Snatcher? Well, that's exciting. We've discovered something strange, my friends. The thief is a dwarf. The Snatcher is a dwarf. Wah, wah, wah. Is he from my fort? Nope. No, he ain't. Definitely not. No, he's from the legendary Curses. Can I just say that the site government of this elven forest retreat is called the Brave Fish? Are we at war with any goblins? Got a lot of allies, actually. Okay, so the elves have taken over a bunch of our helixes, apparently. Yeah, so they're from a goblin civ, who apparently we're at peace with. Starting to doubt that. Especially considering they attacked us with a goblin. Oh, there they are. I found them. They're pretty far south. Okay, there's some up here too. Okay, so this one, oh, that's a human pit. Okay. The humans have taken a lot of their spots. Same ones seem to stay pissed forever. You have to look at their needs and try and fill their needs and assist them. What would a brave fish look like? I'm imagining the brave little toaster, but a fish. But I don't know. Oh, the incredible Mr. Limpet. That's a brave fish. There you go. Well, I think the only logical thing to do is fucking attack them. Get 'em, dwarves. Let's hope that this goes well. It would look like Dory. Yeah. Go get him, Ficod. It's early winter. Got plenty of time. Looks like we've got another agitated raven attacking us. I haven't thought about Nemo, like the movie, in quite some time. I wish more of these dwarves were couples. So that we could, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? If more of these dwarves were couples, then it would be much easier for me to make all this housing. Yeah, no, Casey, I agree with that. Very much. That's a rat. This fort has rats. Well, it's our first attack of an enemy fort, and we're not even remotely defended. So that begs the question, how do I want to defend this fort? I've got a really dumb idea, but it would be extraordinarily tedious to set up. So, I have infinite materials, right? Infinite materials. So, if I carve this into a long, unavoidable walkway, right? And I make like a crane scaffold coming off this layer, right? And then I build a floor out of clay that goes all the way along the unavoidable walkway, right? Held up by only supports, which I connect to a lever. When they're all on the walkway, I pull the lever, caving the whole thing in, and it goes. I don't know how effective that would be. The same way you connect anything to a lever. You just use supports. This will just be really slow to rebuild every time. I think we can do this. So, by supports, I specifically mean these things. These can be connected to levers. And also, what's the word? Supports, and also, I'm blanking on the word here. Oh, they can also be connected to, like pressure plates. You've never built them? Ah, there you go. This is going to use a whole lot of stuff. Whole lot of fire clay. Oh my god, if I do this right. Hmm. I'm not gonna do what I'm kind of thinking of. That would be too mean. And also, it'd take way too long to reconstruct. What I could do is I could make it so that a whole layer of flooring falls onto this layer of flooring, causing this layer of flooring to collapse and cave in on something. Or like down into the caverns. Caverns are all the way down here. I could do it. It takes so fucking long to reset. I don't know, I have to do some, like, thinking on that. Oh, hey, look, a ranger guild. Who is it that said, what if you need to build a ranger guild? Well, guess what? I now need to build a ranger guild. You would need a backup if you get attacked during a rebuild. Yeah, that's the problem. Oh shit, my soldiers returned. Let's see how it went. They attempted a raid. The Rimmered Anvil attacked the Scourge of Spawns at the Legendary Curses, and the Dwarf Non-Major Nerd led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Dwarf Kumil. Non-Major Nerds, Steel Wars, also Steel War, really good name for militia commanders. Tactical planning was superior to the Dwarf Kumil, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage. Well, it looks like we killed Kumil, their commander. We killed Aiden. We killed a goblin. We killed Erdem, another dwarf. We killed Tourist, another dwarf. We killed another goblin, and searched there and found nothing. So we won. Pretty handedly. And I'm going to go right here. I'm going to place this dwarf thief right here, and we are going to use this as an opportunity to train my military slightly. Hoorah indeed. Also, let's go kill this agitated raven. Just need the raven to come back down. What are we gobbling about? We're trying to gobble up the competition. It's going to be this very bizarre area that never really gets any kind of snow on it. Very strange. It's going to be one of those forts where it's just like, how exactly is that held up? We found nothing and gave them death. Put them in the Book of Grudges until the debt is settled. I mean, they tried to kidnap our children. Mega project? I mean, I don't know if I got it a mega project, but I mean, close enough. I have used this as defenses before. I built a fort, I don't know, sometime in 2022, I think, where essentially the way it worked was it was a very large river at the bottom of a waterfall with like 15 Z levels of mountain above it. And right before each siege, I would carve out the layer above and completely remove all supports for that layer and just having supports and connect those to levers. And so every single time a goblin army would come around, they'd get an entire floor layer dropped on them, which was very effective. Everything just kind of exploded, which was pretty good. Normal project? Yeah, definitely project. These dwarves are going to be very strong. And the main reason they're going to be very strong is from hauling all this heavy-ass clay around. Also, I can't remember where that one dwarf drowned. It was along here somewhere. It's midwinter. I genuinely can't remember where that dwarf drowned, so we're just going to go along here on either side and dig. See if I can't find it. Uh-oh, no, 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 not that last one. Can't let the ice out. Maybe it was along this side down here. I don't think so. Yeah, I see the artifact. They've already begun a mysterious construction. That was fast. They grabbed a piece of silk. Neat. Maybe it was along up here. Really just trying to find that body. Oh, there it is. Oh, no, that's just a buzzard. Never mind. Come on. This cave spider silk rope. Libash the Weaver has created Tedmat, cave spider silk rope, and claims it as a family heirloom. I'm gonna put it up here. Once it arrives up here, you'll read about it. Music is pretty damn good in this game, I agree. This is a cave spider silk rope. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is made from spider silk cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of cave spider silk. And I'm receiving a phone call from my doctor. I will be back in hopefully a short period of time. Also, an ad's about to run, so it's decent timing. Could I get a round of beers, chat? Something went on there. Nobody connected on the other end. I expect him to call me back in a couple seconds. So we can start work on the space elevator. Yeah, that's how that works. Yep, they're calling me back. Also, since I'm back, sort of, and we're stuck in ads, I'm gonna add a thing, because I've been thinking for a little bit. We need a way for people to spend their channel points now that, like, you know, you guys don't do it on Dwarves anymore. So I'm gonna add this. For no particular reason other than making you spend points. There you go. You guys now have a way of just spamming and wasting points. And Manticore Alpha is dehydrated. I mean, also that, Tobes. There is a cooldown. There's just a well, there's a maximum number of times you can post it per stream. Bears? I mean, you can read, clearly. Or maybe it's all that post-bear trauma. Manticore Alpha has been found dead. Was found dead in his bedroom. I feel so bad about this, Dwarf. You're in your post-bear phase? Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very bad. Well, I mean, it's not that bad, honey. If you're Winnie the Pooh. Speaking of channel points, all right, so let me just scroll up on Discord. Oh, not too much for me to read. That's fine. I can scroll up a little bit more. Antibiotics are delicious when taken in large handfuls, but topical starfish have ways to change pants tastelessly. Unlike some sponge men, capybara men are alcoholics. We feed Why do I keep clicking on the Ranger Guild? Also, more importantly, where in the world is this dwarf's body? I thought we would have found it by now. Especially in older forts. I mean, I got a 200% frame rate increase. But that's also partially because around the same time I got a new CPU. But the brief period of time I played on my old failing one, or more accurately, my old failing motherboard, I got about 80 to 100% frame rate increase on most forts. You should just install the new version and try it. But then I got me a Ryzen, and this thing is bonkers. Yeah, I don't know where this dwarf's body is. Hold on. I actually have a way of cheating. Or not really cheating, but where's... Oh, so we did find it. Well, that's good. All right, dwarves, it's time to get out of here. All this stuff is stranger danger. And I'm just going to real quick run down here and do this and this. Just so they ain't running around down there and ripping all this stuff out. And you need an extended wall right here. I mean, you came out on top for once, Pax Mac. That certainly seems like a positive. Although I would say, don't let that kind of excitement get to your head. Only invest what you're willing to lose. You're unstoppable. Just like the brand of what you might call it, dishwashing stuff. No, not dishwashing, clothes washing stuff. Unstoppables. I'm kind of tempted to just fill this with water, but then half the year it's going to be completely useless. Lava could also work, but then I'd have to dig all the way down to lava, and then I'd have to pump all the lava all the way back up, which is just like, well, that's a lot of work. Big squish is easier and more interesting. I mean, this is going to be a interesting turnout. I'm very curious if this thing's even going to work. I mean, it'll work. It's just going to have a lot of setup time and a lot of disassemble time. Easier? Yeah, easier in air quotes. Yeah, that part is for sure. Okay. Let's do that and that. Making sure nothing's getting canceled. Now there's the question of, do I do trench on either side or wall on either side? Because either could work. I think wall would actually be easier. Then I don't need to worry about digging the trench so deep. So this is one of the slowest setup time defensive systems I've ever built. It's kind of maniacal. I would also use the word that they really like in the TV show, The Boys, diabolical. Kind of. Not too horrific. But also, just taking a punch at Twitch, punch at Witch, this comment chat. For those of you who've played the game quite a bit since the SDL2 update, how much performance increases have you guys seen in Dwarf Fortress? What kind of performance increases have you seen, if any? Because there's got to be something. You don't look at FPS, you try to have fun. That's fair. Well, actually, I don't know if that's fair, but that's a way to live, I suppose. Yeah, that I think is maybe the most noticeable part. It's just the UI operates the way you'd expect the UI to. Also, I don't know how the hell this happened, but I've already been streaming for almost 7 hours. Chat, does anybody want a dwarf? I'm gonna do that thing where I select a dwarf and I start reading their description, and if you think it sounds like you, say pick me. He forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment, and he feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He prefers to present himself modestly, is often cheerful, though he remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. He does not often feel lustful, and he often feels envious of others, and he often acts with compassion, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He enjoys the company of others and is quick to form negative views about things, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. And he does not go out of his way to help others and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he can handle stress. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. I think this sounds like Paxmac. Well, Paxmac, you can have this one from the list. I'm picking from no particular order. Paxmac. Paxmac dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds the idea of laws abhorrent and is disgusted by merrymakers and values good craftsmanship. And likes lead, pinfire, opal, and green glass. And the words of the mirthful Abby, and when possible prefers to consume maize beer and absolutely hates large roaches. Welcome to the fort, Paxmac. Spot another dwarf. Here's a weaponsmith. Chat, does this sound like you? He often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else, and he is often sad and dejected. He does not often feel lustful, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and tries to do things correctly each time, and does not go out of his, and does not feel inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this, since he believes in the importance of the rule of law. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And he tends to hang on to grievances, and he doesn't seek out excitement, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Gamgeo, you think that's you? He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized as you've made Goodyear. And he personally views any show of emotion as offensive, sees power over others as something to strive for, and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and finds introspection to be a waste of time, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. almost high enough value up here. Should hopefully push the value up ever so slightly more. Let's find another dwarf who's constructing stuff. This is Kel. She finds a chaotic mess to the boredom of harmonious living, and she feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others. She has a calm demeanor, and she doesn't focus on material goods and is often cheerful. She does not tend to be swayed by emotional appeals, and she likes to take it easy. She often feels discouraged and isn't particularly curious about the world. And she is a friendly individual, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and where are you? With a narrow focus on the current activity, and she tends to share her experiences and thoughts with others. Let's say QN green tea. Green tea. Welcome to the fort. She dreams of raising a family and personally strongly values tranquility and quiet and values eloquence. And she has no friends. I'm sorry. Let's wait. What? This is another weaponsmith. Chat, we have another weaponsmith. Once again, say pick me. She is very stubborn. She is very ambitious, always looking for a way to better her situation. She is always looking for a way to better her situation, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she is often cheerful, and she's running in fear from something. She's quite confident when working on projects of her abilities, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she is quick to anger. Her hands are animated when she's surprised, and she always takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised, and she laughs loudly when she's excited, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of raising a family, and personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and sees competition as reasonably important. Jumbuck. Welcome to the fort. She personally sees guile and... she likes glaze, brass, rhodolite, and muskox tooth, pigtail paper, and beds and crutches, and chameleons for their ability to change color. In the words of the silken orbs and the sound of the vermilion tress of impossible, prefers to consume great barracuda and rice beer, and absolutely hates toads. I think it's enough for right now. But we are still doing a fuckload of construction. But, you know, things are getting done. You hate toads? Don't tell Toady. He'd be sad to hear that. So this shouldn't just instantly collapse when I deconstruct that, because this should hold it up. Just the baby ones in late spring. Oh, really? Yeah, we get tree frogs here, and they sound adorable. Sound like yeah, Lyagushka is our friendly friend of, friendly friend of amphibians, I suppose. Oh my Christ. A lot of jobs. It's faster if I just do this manually. Yeah, and our dwarves are hopefully getting super strong hauling all of this clay. This dwarf wants to cause trouble. Caught another agitated raven. These ravens aren't really attacking us much, which I think is kind of odd. Like, I've got these agitated ravens on the map, and they're just kind of ignoring us from what I can tell. I think over here is going to be where we connect this up, right here. So let's go to rock mechanisms. Let's make 10. Material doesn't matter too much. I've tried a couple forts like that. I don't know what you mean by the bottom. But I've definitely built forts that are around large pits, yes? I don't know if I've done exactly the thing that you're describing, but... Deep on the map as you could go? No, I've never done that. I did, however, once build a fortress that had a tube made of glass full of lava that went from the surface all the way down to the basement. Also, shout outs to the person who at like 11 o'clock this morning bought 2 different mugs, the Machine Water Swim Club and the Computer Gremlin mugs. What? I had a dwarf just like randomly found dead. I guess it went insane. I didn't see any notice of them starving, though. I don't know. Can't look. But it wouldn't be age because it's not the 1st of spring. They only die of old age on the 1st of spring. I wonder if that was my mom. That's a sentence. Nope. And your husband is still alive, by the way. Oh, who ordered the mugs? That I don't know. I mean, well... Doesn't look like it based on the name. I feel like that's kind of bad. You say, I wonder if that was my mom, and my brain immediately goes to the dwarf that just died. Okay, we should be mining more hematite. Giving the timing of chat to when you had said that your brain went to the same place. True. Random dwarf found dead. Wonder if that was my mom. I mean... You drank Theraflu? Is that like a flu med? I've never heard of this before. Also, I hope you feel better soon. I was getting one of my snakes in some water when you said it, and I had to cross the living room to type, I gotcha. That makes sense. It'll be a slow growth here. Trying to get more of this iron ore up to the surface. Uh-oh. Looks like we're gonna accidentally dig through this. Which means build across this quickly. Here they come. Yep, we're gonna dig through and out into an area I'm not supposed to be. But frankly, I think I would like to be here because it seems like there's a lot of good materials up here. It's just this that's kind of the problem. There we go. Comes two. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I've never heard of that particular brand before. Hope you feel better, though. And just that one. Here comes the last few dwarves. And bye, human monster hunter, I suppose. Found a... Oh, he found a tree and then he left. Well, good for you. I mean, I don't... you didn't need to clarify the snakes that time. I figured it out at that point, but... May the snakes have a lovely lunch. After however long it's been. Well, this monster slayer who's very stressed, wandering out into the wastes. Good luck out there, old Doran. Crazy old Dwarf. I really like the, I think it's, yeah, it's called Expansive Cavern, this song. It's one of my favorites. It's just so good. I don't know why today's flying by for me. Sometimes streams just fly by like friggin' crazy, and then sometimes streams take forever. Today's just flying by. Maybe it's because it is my last stream before I, like, go away for a bit. Some migrants have arrived, but also ads are playing, so I'm just gonna wait. Lasting for a while? Yeah. Which generally just kind of drives a lot of weird stressors. Ever properly join your fort? Yeah, they have to stay in your fort and be happy for about a year. And then they ask your mayor or your expedition leader, your king, or whoever's in charge. They ask for permanent residency and then you have to grant it. I have this almost weird hiccups, but not quite. Yeah, I'm going to PAX, so no, I'm not taking a break. I'm just gonna simply be working from Seattle, but I won't be streaming from Seattle. Mostly because to be able to stream from PAX, you have to, how do I word this? Sell out to, like, fucking, I don't know, some big motherboard company so you can stream from their booth. Which I don't really do. But yeah, if you live in the Seattle area, jump onto my Discord and let us all know. It's highly likely we're going to have some sort of meetup. At the very least before the panel that Tarn Adams is on. Because I'm pretty sure that just about everybody who's going to PAX who's here will be going to that. Right, well, we're going to fly back up to the surface and see how this stuff's going. Pretty slow. But hey, it's going. I'm just using the sub channel. If anybody's not in there, let me know. But I don't organize things. I'm not a very organized person. Some people seem to think that I'm extremely organized. But I'm really, really not. Like at all. Keep looking at like the food supply and getting nervous and then realizing, oh right, yeah, no, we're fine. Trying to milk a bunch of animals. We can also shear a bunch of animals. And spin thread, probably. I need to sneeze again. What the fuck's going on in here? It's like there's dust in here or something, but there isn't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of allergic to managing like Discord roles and stuff. So when it comes to like making a channel for that, I don't really want to like make a custom role for it because then I'd have to remove it later or like worry about it later. So I'm really bad at that sort of thing. So I'm probably not going to make a custom or a specific room for it. It's just if people want to, you know, talk about it, just hop into the sub room. And if you can't hop into the sub room, then I'll just give you temporary permission to hop in there. So we're just doing it in there. I mean, if we really want to be specific, probably what I would do is just say, okay, everybody, let's make a group chat. But no. Discord has threads now? Yeah. We can just use threads. Or a thread in the sub-only chat. Or like I could just go full chaos and just if someone's like, well, I'm not a subscriber, but I'm going to be at PAX, then I'll just be like, here, have a subscription. Just fucking gift you a sub. Mangled Raven Corpse. All right, we're going to try attacking something else. So something else I kind of want to try is I know for fact these elves still have my prisoners. You just ripped your jeans. That's unfortunate. I'm also going to try this. Actually, you know what? No, I'm very worried about that. I'm very scared that there will be flaming artifacts and I'm going to capture them and they're still going to be on fire. The Elven Pitch of Flage Wrath. Okay. Are there any goblin sites that have stealable stuff? Unknown Twinkle Pristine. Okay. Let's attack this Goblin Forest Retreat. Good luck, soldiers. Get 'em, boys. Including you, Sentient Potato, who's currently stressed and unconscious. You just ripped your jeans? That's unfortunate. It must have been not great jeans. Uh-oh. I'll say we just killed a buzzard. Good on you, Jetpack. You just killed a buzzard. You can now tell people that you killed a buzzard in Starfield and really confuse people. Had him since high school? Wow, that's a pretty long life that those had. What's up, Onyx? Hope you're doing well. Did I not queue up a bunch of jobs for those? Just getting attacked by ravens again. Am I out of coal? The problem? Yes. I'm about to go to bed. Well, you have a good night then. Well, hope you're getting ready to have a good night then. Bunch of mangled buzzard corpses. We do actually have a named raven up here who killed a fucking guinea pig. You monster. What a goddamn monster. Killed somebody's pet guinea pig. Like, what'd you do? I killed a guinea pig. Oh, look, you must be proud of yourself. What a badass. I don't know if I'd, like, agree with that statement, but... It's like, what did that guinea pig ever do to you? Stupid, agitated raven. Did you not know that a cavy is a guinea pig? Yes, cavies are guinea pigs. That's what a cavy is. Their dwarves are eating them? Well, I mean, they're a food source in some countries, but fun fact, guinea pigs don't actually give any meat. So if you're telling your dwarves to butcher cavies, the only thing you get from them is a skull. They don't even give, like, skin. So there's no reason to butcher them. They are a useless creature in Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, also that's why they look like guinea pigs, because they're guinea pigs. So basically, you've just been mass murdering... You've been mass murdering guinea pigs for no reason. Well, I mean, they're great for making totems. if you want to make totems. It is really funny that they don't provide meat. They were originally domesticated for meat, yeah. But like, trust me, guinea pigs are adorable, but like, they're one of the worst like livestock you can have in Dwarfort. Honey Bun Hauler is entered a Fey mood. It's claimed a metalsmith's forge and is already zipped off. It's grabbing pigtail cloth and iron bars. Needs plant cloth. Raw clear glass? You fucking what? Why? You're screwed? No, we have sand. I can do it. I have to build like 3 boutique workshops for one specific task. Because I have to make lye, right? Lye and then pearl ash. I got plenty of kilns. They're a free dwarf? Yeah. I can give you a dwarf, but it's... Wait, really? I didn't know that, Drosta. I know that about, like, dandelions. The French brought them over. But I didn't know that about pigeons. I thought pigeons were just, like, everywhere. Okay, I've raw crystal glass. Wouldn't that work? Grumble. All right, so soap, no. Ashery, yes. I said ashery. Don't have any barrels. Well, I mean, I guess they don't eat much, and they breed quickly. So the thing is, Onyx, I'm not really taking requests for dwarves these days because I've disabled permanently the dwarf redemption thingy. But so essentially the way I'm doing it now is just like every so often I will just name a bunch of dwarves, and it's just kind of nobody really gets to choose what kind of dwarf they get. You just kind of get what you get. Is just how I'm doing it, because it seems to be the only way to really make it fair-ish. Ah. A vile force of darkness has arrived. I think I can just send the military at these guys. But I can give you a dwarf. After we complete this fight. This is clearly the leader, Uspu. Running ahead of the rest of the goblins. Jack, can I get a vile force of darkness, please? It seems that Phycod, the spearmaster, charging forward without a spear, unfortunately, is probably trying to punch this dwarf and this goblin, and it's clearly working. Phycod is literally punching him with his, or whacking him with his shield. And it's definitely winning. Spearmaster strikes the goblin bowman in the head with his iron shield, bruising the muscle. He's just like curb stomping him with his shield. And it clearly worked because goblin is now dead. Where did everybody else go? That's the other question. Gonatank is in a martial trance, dueling in between all of the goblins, and is currently holding Dang's thumb in his teeth. That... Okay, hold on. I need to unpack this. So, Tank bit this goblin's thumb off. Wait, which goblin? Yeah, this guy's thumb. He's seriously injured. I wonder why. With heavy bleeding, including his thumb on his right hand's gone. So are his teeth. But I think that's the least of his concerns at this point. So Tank comes running in and stabs him with a spear and then removes the spear. Where does he bite his thumb off? That's what I would like to know. Stabs him repeatedly with the spear. Okay, so he starts wrestling him with him for a bit. Yeah, he's got joint locks. He's got a chokehold on the goblin's throat, strangling the goblin. Spearmaster stabs the goblin bowman in the head, bruising the skin through the helm. The Spearmaster releases the grip of his left arm, continues to grapple, and then the Goblin Bowman struggles in vain against the grip of the Spearmaster's right lower arm on his trousers. He's just like, he's like trying to give him a wedgie or something. And then he says, "I have improved my wrestling. I am very satisfied." And then the Spearmaster stabs the Goblin Bowman with the iron spear in the something or another, and he didn't enjoy it. And then he's still struggling in vain against the grip he has on his trousers. I really like this dwarf. Get at him. Just keep stabbing. There you go. It's another one down. How many do you have? Like 2 notable kills plus 2 other kills? That's pretty good. Continues stabbing this other goblin over here. And then the rest of the military runs by and goes, "Oh God, you've done work, man." And then I think that's all of them. Now I'm going to go over here. We're going to claim all this stuff back. I'm going to tell them to equip uniform and see if that's all. Yay, now we have full uniforms. Look at that. Magical. So Onyx wants a dwarf. You want a dwarf. You want a dwarf. Onyx, you're the glassmaker, English. He enjoys being in crowds and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, struggles against this tendency as he finds such openness expression offensive. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He has a calm demeanor, and he isn't given to flights of fancy, and he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He licks his lips when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. How tall is the tower now? I mean, it goes as tall as it can. I just haven't really... I've only built up to, yes, layer 13. Making good progress. Also, now that the dwarves are coming back from their training, I'm going to pull this lever and release this dwarf. It's got an agitated buzzard head on it. It's kind of funny. Pulling this lever will release this dwarf right here, and then my dwarves will do that. Well met, dwarves. And we continue making this pile bigger. Onyx, thanks for gifting a sub to DJ Boom Boom Shrimp, and thank you very much for the first notification of money in 2 hours. Was that dwarf a werebeast? No, that dwarf was a child snatcher from a goblin civilization, which is why we just got invaded by the goblins, because I told my dwarves to go attack the goblins after that. Yeah, oh dear, indeed. You try to steal our children and have your toes removed. How's the strange mood going? Good question. Thanks for reminding me. All right, so I need to make an ashery. And in order to make an ashery, I need an empty barrel. Okay, well, I only made one wooden barrel. You two are pissed. Wait for this to turn into a barrel. Takes a while for them to make a barrel. The ne'er-do-wells into the volcano. Yeah, no, well, I mean, we were doing that with the bodies of the last ones, but they're pretty useful for training your military sometimes. $1,000 worlds rejected, is that all? Yeah, it's because I've capped the population. So because I've capped the population, only one migrant can possibly arrive. No. No, no, no. Well, I mean, like, that's the result, yeah, but that's not why. Make potash from ash. Do this twice. You had a military dwarf have a miscarriage. You didn't know that could happen? Neither did I. What was the dialogue that it said? You have a good night, Onyx. Every now and again, I get the strangest articles sent to me by my neighbor. He's in his 60s. But he sends me this article. It says, vintage record players have made a comeback. Yours could be worth thousands. I mean, mine's not. Worth about $400 to the right person. Not like it's a brushed steel Sony or something. Okay, so I've made potash. Now I need pearl ash. And then got all these dwarves collecting plums. Means I could probably brew drinks from fruits, actually. Once they're done gathering all these plums. But you're gonna go collect one sand. In fact, you're gonna go collect 2 sand. See. White sand. Uh-oh. Say, why is there suddenly goblin blood on the ground? What am I missing here? Well, everybody goes sprinting past because something's going on. Relash, charcoal, sand. I think it was just another agitated bird. Wasn't from being in the military, but from the actions of her because of her being in the military? Wow. Huh. Yeah, no, I can't say I've ever seen that before. That's terrifying. So let's jump to that strange mood. I think one of the strangest things I ever had was when a dwarf had triplets. Must have metal bars. I suppose I need to make a second one. Let's follow the... See, once you... There we go. They're working on it. I'll follow Strange Mood. Trying to save Honey Bunhauler here. I'm doing clay pots, not jugs. Or I think they're called stoneware pots. Which is also why I had to make barrels. But yeah, food and drink storage is going into pots. Okay, so it's not a second thing of raw clear glass that you need. What is it? Could it be tanned hides? It's tanned hides. I refuse to kill Todd Coward, chat. I will not do it. Todd Coward does not deserve this. The other bulls, on the other hand, they can die. No, rock pots are heavy. Clay pots are not heavy. No, they're essentially just a barrel equivalent. There is no downside to them. There's very few things in Dwarf Fortress that actually have downsides. So we're gonna add. I don't know how else to respond to that, because I'm assuming you can't see me currently, but... So, earthenware pots are the same weight as wooden barrels, but rock pots are heavier, depending on the type of rock. So there's really no downside to using earthenware pots. Rock pots, maybe, but even them, not much of what I would describe as a downside. Glass pots or made out of pots made out of glass are also very light. Although I don't actually know if they don't piss off the elves because it does require a tree to make them. But I also haven't tried. Because you need charcoal to make them, so I don't know. Oh, there we go. Honeybun Hauler has begun their mysterious construction. So this is a metalsmith's forge using siltstone blocks, osprey leather, cave spider silk cloth, raw green glass, pigtail cloth, and iron bars. Any bets on what they make? We're still making leather shoes. You got magma. No, you okay, if you've got magma, yeah, then you're good. But I don't know, like, if they, like, can discern the difference there. Because I've tried to sell them, like, metal items before. And they have been like, no, even if it's, like, a barrel. If I use charcoal. I'm not going to show you the skills on Dwarf. That's cheating. Anyway, it's a crown. Errol Shiget, the metal crafter, has created Bakust Deller, an iron crown, and offers it to the Sky of Realms. That is pretty badass. That is, in fact, pretty badass. What's the translation? Good question. Does it even tell you it anywhere without going to the... I really miss... That's one part of the old UI I very much miss. Sparkle Clan, the Urge of Steel is not having to go to that menu. It used to just tell you up at the top of the screen. This is an iron crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of pigtail and clear glass cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of iron and cave spider silk and osprey leather. On the item is an image of a Tequil, Twisted Ned, twist patterned, not Twisted Ned, the human, and Finder stalked the giant alligator in Siltstone. Finder stalked is striking down Tequil. The artwork relates to the killing of the human by the giant alligator Finder stalked in the greatest swamps of 126. We're in the greatest swamps, by the way. That's where this fortress is. Which is why they keep referencing it. Yeah, some translating and some not is kind of annoying. I think it's got nothing to do with it. I think it's just proc gen. All right, well, this is slowly getting constructed. And hit these dark goblin pits. Both my squads, because they're pretty close. Although, I've got some dwarves that are sleeping. You had to nibble. Sometimes you just gotta take a nom. Yeah, no, I get you. Just remember, this is the same video game that will name a location Squirting Virgins, which I've seen before. Although Angry Pregnancy might be the loudest laugh I've had in a while. Which was an elven forest retreat called the Angry Pregnancy. Dwarf, you make me nervous. We'll see you later, Rolf. You take care of yourself. I might dam the river off, actually. It is pretty shallow down here. Would make that safer. What's up, hobo? Today is me last stream before this here streamer goes off to the realm of Seattle for the event called PAX. Not to be confused with the popular vaporizer brand. Sad because no Satan? Wait, what? Is today Satan Day or something? What up with Satan? Did I miss something? Look in music. Oh, okay. Hey, at least you're able to get refunds. God, can I just say that Ticketmaster might be my least favorite company in the current era of the awful internet? If you set up a barracks in multiple locations, telling them to train once and sleep in another, does that work? Not if they have bedrooms assigned. I don't know. I've never actually tried that. I've had some weirdness about telling them to sleep in the same place that they are training in. That was quick. We snuck in undetected. We stole the book Untitled. Also a pear, 2 iron gauntlets, a menacing iron spike, and a plum. I really quite appreciate these dwarves' ideas of stealing other items. They're just like, quick, grab those gauntlets, and like that spike, and like, hey, look, a snack. What'd you bring back? A pear, a plum. It's like one dwarf is just like carrying a pear and a plum. It's like, I got them, guys. They're gonna starve to death now. You ever steal a plum? I mean, I steal grapes all the time from one of my neighbors. So up the street, there's this house that's just like covered in grape bushes or grapevines, and they go all over their back fence, and they never harvest the ones on their back fence. Like I've seen them there for years. And they'll harvest all the ones inside of their yard, but they never harvest the ones outside of their fence. So I just walk past when they're all ripe with a set of scissors and just go snip, 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 and get like kilograms of free grapes. You steal rosemary from your neighbors? Is it like a similar story where they just have like a huge supply? Because yeah, I don't know. To me, that's a victimless crime. It's like, as long as, like, they're not gonna, like, miss them and they weren't harvesting them anyways, then you're like, eh. If your fruit-bearing tree is accessible from the sidewalk, it's free, it's fair game, IMO. I think within reason. You know, like, if they harvest the whole thing every year, then I wouldn't say it's fair game. Right? Like, if they're not harvesting them every year, then... Also, why is that dwarf starving? I think these dwarves have spent too long constructing this and they're starting to go nuts. I mean, yeah, then I would in fact steal rosemary from them too. I have my own rosemary bushes, so I don't need to do that. But I would absolutely consider doing that. Although, then again, I have 2 very large lavender plants, and I have them because they were originally clippings from lavender plants that were just part of one of the new building developments. Nope, not a temple, guild hall. Ranger guild. And they planted all of these lavender plants all the way along. And I just went with a set of scissors and snipped like 4 branches off them. And now I have 2 massive lavender bushes. And can grab fruit, it's fair game. No, I agree. I'm just like walking back my statement because just because I'm a hypocrite, you know? Oh, also, Hobo, because you missed the meme, you're going to see statues of gremlins everywhere in this fortress, and there's a very clear reason for this. This faction has a god that is a gremlin. Just, you don't need to know this information. I just think it's funny. Also, what the heck is this? Is that a Batman? Those are big wings. Waiting until they build that statue so I can look at it. Looks like a Batman. Oh no, it's a Nightwing. Well-crafted statue of a Nightwing. And the item is a well-designed image of a Nightwing in stoneware by Adam. Exclamation point goal! I updated it finally. I should also add on to it a tower because we're doing the telescope and library on layer 20, probably layer 28 will be the library, and then the telescope will be layer 29. Which is going to be a series of glass tubes, probably clear glass, on pedestals. It's going to be our telescopes. Because it's Starfield is the name of the fortress. I read that as Eat Sacks. Not East Sacks. East Sacks is still pretty funny. I'll take you because you've got a funny last name. That thing looks sick. Now you've seen a Nightwing. They kind of look like angry cheetahs with bat wings. Those, like, super spiky horns are kind of hysterical, actually. All right, well, there's my Ranger Guild. Kind of Jersey Devilish. Sure. All right, chat. So today's stream isn't going to be as crazy long as yesterday because yesterday or tonight I have to actually prep content for the week, and then go to PAX. So what I think we're going to do is we're going I guess I have two options. We can either continue that Caves of Cud playthrough, or I can play something completely, totally, and utterly, completely fucking different. Which is a game I kind of want to try just because it looks weird. But I think you guys probably want to see Cud. Cheese Runner. Out of nowhere. I did 100% Cheese Runner, so I'm kind of waiting for them to make a sequel. With more cheese. Cud is a great game that you suck at. That's fair. I think, yeah, we're going to go play some Caves of Cud now. So we do have our defenses mostly built. The tower's made some good progress. We have eloped the tree. We expanded the tavern. The tavern is now big. It's the Silvery Tummy. And I'm also going to connect this room to the Silvery Tummy. But yeah, the tavern is now massive. Like, massive, massive. And we have many different kinds of alcohols. As well as many different kinds of food, like donkey sweetbread roast and long yam plant roast. And prepared yak heart roast, which is everybody's favorite. Who doesn't like a prepared yak heart roast? We built multiple guild halls and expanded the temples, and Todd Coward has given birth to many children. I genuinely think it's sad that cows aren't intelligent enough to recognize their families in Dwarf Fortress, because it would be really nice to see Todd Coward with all of his sons and daughters. And then over here, you know, this is the other area that we've been working on, which has some unfinished bits, but some finished bits too. I think it's looking quite nice. I think this is going to be a lovely little area once it's all done. And the game just picked an optimal time to save. You are still #1 in the world. You know, you can like, that's like your bragging point. You're #1 in the world at Cheese Runner. You had the best run ever in a little RNG game. It was almost the perfect run. Didn't have personality attributes. That's because they are vermin, and vermin don't have anything. But yeah, no, this little dwarven city is going to slowly grow along the riverbanks with its beautiful little moats and its very long corridor of splat, which is what that's going to be. Another really cool fort. Yeah, well, we'll be working on this next on Tuesday, because like I said, I'm going to PAX all weekend. So unless I wake up stupidly early tomorrow, and like by stupidly early I mean like 4 in the morning, and decide to stream, which is very unlikely. It's time for us to save this fortress and return to the title. If you guys want to say goodbye to YouTube, you can do that. Now's the time to do that. And then I'm going to get set up for Cud, and I'm going to go grab my sandwich, and well, yeah, then we're going to finish this up. Just in case you get a better run, just so you can put it on YouTube and just be like, World Classic finale. You know, chat, it's been slow for a couple weeks, and I will say this. If trying to think of some math here. Either $50 in bits or 25 gift subs in the next, I don't know, 2 hours. We'll play some Cheese Runner. Just a couple rounds. Because it has been a while. But let's go play some Cud.